Just a second, please. All right, so good afternoon, everyone, and a very warm welcome to this annual conference of the Council of European Energy Regulators. My name is Ana Gumbau. I'm a climate and energy journalist and moderator based in Brussels, and I'll be delighted to be moderating a part of today's event and accompanying you throughout this afternoon. Today's event comes at a very important topic, as you can see, is the challenges and opportunities of a new energy system. So the way that today is going to go, we're going to have a set of different panel discussions looking at electricity, the future of gas. We will also have a double interview on the question around independence of energy regulators. And we will also be looking into the perspective of consumers in a changing energy and markets landscape. So we would like to have your interaction throughout today's event. So you will probably already be seeing on screen coming up to you a QR code that you'll be able to use throughout the event to ask questions to panelists, but also to respond to the questions that we have for you, because we would like to hear your opinion on a series of topics. So you can already scan the QR code or meet us in the URL that appears in the screen and have it ready for whatever you want to give your thoughts throughout the conference. Just so that everyone knows, also these sessions are going to be recorded and available afterwards. So if you miss some parts of it, don't worry, you'll be able to catch up later. So without further ado, I would like to introduce the first speaker who will give us a little glimpse of what we can expect in today's conference. I'm delighted to introduce the CER President, Annegret Gröbel. Welcome.
Yes, many thanks also, and a warm welcome also from my side. Very happy to see you here, and of course also all that participate in virtually. This is the hybrid format that we tested after the crisis, and it seems to work well. But of course, we are now in 2024, and I think it is very important that now we are looking ahead and look at the future challenges of the energy system as a whole, in particular in the first session on the electricity system, where we also have issued a paper. But also we have the new gas and decarbonisation legislation. So we will also look at how to decarbonize the gas sector and all the, let's say, sometimes disruptive elements there of phasing out gas networks and rolling out new hydrogen networks, which comes at a particular challenge. Same, of course, on the electricity side, where we have also a huge need for investment in infrastructure and flexibility. I think we should not forget this. And of course, we always have to keep in mind that we are doing all this, even though, of course, regulators look more at the wholesale level for the benefit of the users and particular for the consumers. So we also have a session on the consumer angle, on which I'm very happy. And it is also important that we recently published several reports. One of them is Beyond the Crisis, and I just mentioned it here because there we do exactly what we want also to discuss today. What were the lessons learned from the crisis? What is now also useful to keep in the new legislation, in the new framework, but also looking ahead and going beyond the crisis. So learning from it, but not staying at the crisis level, so to speak, or at the crisis moment, because I think it is important in that context to mention that the crisis and the model that we have in energy, in the energy market, is working. And in particular, we saw, and several ACER reports showed this, we saw how important the European internal energy market is, and how important it is also to go further there, to integrate really the national markets. Even so, the national markets, of course, become more decentralized. We should not not forget the overall level, the European level, and the necessity there to integrate it and to develop the internal energy market further, because this then allows us to profit from economies of scale, but also to limit and to mitigate risks of, for example, price volatility of different features related to natural resources, to renewables in particular. And this becomes much more important, I would say. And of course, a much more flexible system is needed than what we saw in the past. So that's what we want to open up a little bit and see how the markets are evolving, look at the new frameworks and how we are going to implement them, and to see that we are fit for the challenges of the system, of developing very fast and looking at the evolving needs. And as I mentioned, not forgetting the specific needs of various groups of consumers and making sure that the energy transition, which we want to promote, because this is the only way to become climate neutral, and we are having this objective now, more or less all regulators, that the transition is fair, and that all users can ultimately, as we have put it in our strategy, benefit from the energy transition. We know that there are challenges for consumers, and we need to see how we as regulators can accommodate for the various needs, and also the needs of the vulnerable users in particular, as well as the need in general, even energy poverty consumers, of course, but in general, how can we also ensure that that consumers, users benefit from the system, that they have the means to exploit and to use and profit from the flexibility when they are able to provide flexibility to the system. Yeah, that is, I think, a very important aspect that we also need to look at. So from this is also showing that we have an integrated or holistic approach, that energy integration becomes more and more important, and that still at the center we have the consumer, but we need to see how we make sure that the consumer is benefiting from the system, and that we have a consumer-centric system working for, in the end, for the consumer, of course being an efficient system to accommodate an increasing share of renewables and new technologies as well, in a system that that sends out the right price signals for investments and for an efficient use of the scarce resources in all areas. That is something that we also have. Last but not least, and with this I want to close then, we see that during the crisis, I would say, there was a loss in the trust of public authority, public institutions, public organizations, maybe in general. Even so, in the end, I think the system worked well, and the support mechanisms that were established rather fast from member states and from the EU as a whole worked also well, but somehow this was not transported or communicated properly. So I think with all of this and knowing that the energy transition is something which causes or which provides and causes challenges for all consumers, we as regulators have a duty to make sure that consumers are trusting institutions, regulators again, and that we can convey and communicate the messages that we are working in the interest of the consumer and putting the consumer in the center of our conference. And that, of course, there may be some changes. The world is not stopping, so we have to also make sure that the consumer is aware of the fact that that there is change ongoing and that we cannot take away the change. Yeah, that is something that is important, but that we want to make sure that the change is done in a way that is compatible also with consumers that are more difficult in trying new things or in not having the means to be able to adapt fast to the system. Yeah, so we need to see the time horizon might be different depending from the different consumer groups. So that is very interesting, and that is something that where we are developing our thinking further also in the work program 2025, which was out for consultation and which we are going to adopt soon. So you will see that we will work in these various areas. So that's it for now, some food for thought, and I'm looking forward to a interactive discussion, as the moderator was saying already. Very happy to do this. And now I would like to hand over to Leonardo as our first speaker. Leonardo, please.
Thank you, Annegret. So, the first panel is on challenges of the future energy system. By asking me, as a director of Florence School of Regulation, I'm happy that you see a future for academia in this future. Then I guess maybe the rest of the panel also gives us a hint of how CER sees the future. If that is the case, Christian, the good news is that the future might be electric, or at least more electric than the one we know today. Then we also have Walburga with us, CEO of Solar Power Europe. So maybe the future is not only electric, but powered by solar. Okay. Then we have Peter. Yes, Peter is Secretary General for the EU DSO entity. So the future is not only electric powered by solar, but most of it might be connected to distribution grids. That's why we have Peter with us. Of course, distribution grids, maybe some regulation is still needed. That's why we will have an opening speech by Christine as the chair of the CER ACER Working Group on Electricity. Okay. Who are we missing? Well, Michael. Michael, of course. Why? Because Christian published a study. We need a lot of investments. The study says 68 million per year. Billion per year. Thanks for correcting me. I thought it was going to be a bargain. 68 billion. And Michael, so we count on you to check to what extent flexibility has sufficiently been taken into account in that assessment or not. Now, maybe you've noticed that my intro sounded a bit like this game we do as a child. You know, if you go to an island, I would bring with me a water bottle, and then the next one brings something else. Of course, me as a real energy fanatic, I would bring this panel. You know, maybe my water bottle as well, but I will definitely bring this panel to my island. So I'll ask each of you to come to the stage, because while Christine is making an opening statement, before we enter into the questions, the audience online will also get a question. It's more an icebreaker question. And then the panel will react first to that online question. But Christine, please give us the opening speech and join me on stage.
Thank you, Leonardo. Dear ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's good to be here today, to see you all here in Brussels at the CER premises, but of course also everybody who is connected and listening to our conference in the first session on electricity. It's indeed an honor to be here, and yeah, let's kick off the first session on electricity challenges, and indeed challenges. We faced them in the past, be it from initiating the framework guidelines, I think in 2010, to the network codes and guidelines we still implement, be it the first TYNDP, I think it was 2011, to the format that we have now, or quite for some years in the meantime, on the PCI procedures, on the European Resource Adequacy Assessment, on the bidding zone review, the upcoming flexibility assessment. And all these are instruments to shape, to analyze and to plan our electricity system. And we will surely meet new challenges in future. So both facing ambitious targets related to climate, as well as ensuring the competition and the strengthening of our economies needs energy in general and electricity in particular. This is why we as regulators, ACER and CEER jointly, launched a position paper on the challenges for the electricity system in 2030 and the years beyond. A certain level of complexity is given by the laws of physics. Well, oversimplification would indeed be dangerous, but it might be good once in a while to review and streamline all our processes and procedures. And so for now, I would focus on 3 commitments that we, as regulators, made in this position paper. Namely, we committed to overcome regulatory entry barriers for market participation for decentralized, flexible resources, and that's quite important as well, for new business models, because we need new players, new concepts. We need fresh ideas to get the energy transition running. The second one is that we committed to consolidate and improve regulatory approaches to better share the benefits, but also the cost of network infrastructure related to cross-border trade. And the third one, that we committed to jointly develop best practice, not only for the network tariffs, but also network tariff structure, but also for incentive frameworks for earlier implementation of these integration projects that we so urgently need, and also applying cost-efficient solutions to better use the infrastructure that we already have. Hence, as these were commitments from the regulators, I kindly ask all of you to identify your commitments and to join forces for an optimized, efficient solutions in order to provide a well-functioning electricity system and electricity market to all its users. So to the industry as well as the households, to generation or production. Well, now I'm curious to listen to the panel and the contributions from our guests today. And thank you for having me a keynote speech.
Thank you. Thank you, Christine. And as I told you when arriving, I noticed something particular in the study, which I thought was maybe an inspiration for all of you. This position is not only about recommendations, it's also about commitments. So maybe all of us should be thinking a bit like that. What do we recommend the institutions to take up, and what are some of the commitments we can take care of ourselves? Now, as I said, the online audience got already a question, a multiple choice question. It was just an ice-breaking question. What flexibility solutions do you believe in the most? And they could rank it. Is it demand response? Is it energy storage? Is it sufficient and reliable interconnections? Or all of it together for those of us that refuse to choose? You have those always, right? You see the statistics there. Any surprises on my panel? Or are you happy and would you vote the same? Yeah, it seems altogether this is actually the big majority, so people are really not ready to choose. But should they? What do my panelists think? Michael had a clear reaction.
Yeah,
and then Walburga.
well, definitely, indeed. I think that option A on demand response should have a specific role. But the question is on which basis we should identify which solutions should be prioritized. And this can be done only if there is a good assessment of the systemic needs. First, you assess and you quantify what the system needs, and then you incentivize the resource that can contribute to the systemic challenges. This is a question of system efficiency and optimization of investment to that kind of resources.
Thank you, Mikael. Walburga?
I do think that probably the choices were made a little bit with the background that people have, because different markets need different focus points. But I would agree with the orange one that we need to have those solutions, all of it, for solar. I would like to make the case today very much on that we need a lot more storage. And need to collocate solar and storage much more. But I think we have enough time for that. But I would say that we need to have all these solutions in the end, depending on the markets, more of that or more of the other. But electrification, flexible demand is extremely important, and all the different responses you can get from demand. And I do think that the storage market will grow considerably in any way, because there's no way around it.
Thank you.
Yeah, perhaps I can join, and I look a little bit at the center. I think we need all of them, but the two at the center, that is demand response and energy storage, are the closest to the decentralized character of the DSO grid. And I think indeed they also symbolize that there is a good need for it, and I join Michael that we need to define and assess that. But let's also realize that flexibility is not only, let's say, at general level, it's also very local. So perhaps when we discuss a little further in the panel, we can also investigate a bit more how to be local in flexibility, especially since congestion and other bottlenecks in the DSO grid can be very local.
Thank you, Peter. Christian?
Yeah, maybe just to spark off a bit of discussion, the most prominent source of flexibility in the system today is lacking from this chart, and that is the conventional plants. And I just think it's very important to remember that whereas we need to go ahead with all the new stuff, if we look at that period up to 2030, let's be clear, what's going to provide the vast bulk of flexibility, that's those conventional plants that ramp up and down and make the system work every day. I'm bringing that up because we are in a situation of extreme, let's say, future orientation, which is good. We just need to remember that we want the system to work every day so that the consumers that we heard about in the beginning actually get electricity. And we need to be careful in our wish to let's say, achieve our targets to maintain security of supply while we do so. And if we want to get going and let's say cover the flexibility needs with the let's say options we have on the chart right now, I mean, we have an absolutely humbling investment challenge ahead of us. So let's just make sure that what we have still works and still has a sound business case.
Okay, very complimentary answers. Thank you for that. Now, service announcement is you will get one of these every panel, but you also can ask questions because towards the end of the panel, we will try to pick up some of the questions. So meanwhile, if you already want to start submitting questions, do not hesitate. We will see them on the screen, and if they are connected to what we're discussing, we might pick them up or we take them at the end. How we organized the rest of this discussion is around 3 themes in the paper Christine just presented. In total, there are 16 recommendations in there and 5 commitments. We won't be able to comment on all of them, but let's at least try to pick up the ones that Christine already mentioned. And on each of the 3 chapters of the paper, I will just read out a few questions, and then each of you can pick up the one you want to connect with. Now, the first chapter is on connecting, making sure that the security of supply is guaranteed and that we have flexibility there at the center. Then it's not only about which solutions, but also about which instruments. You already mentioned flexibility needs assessments. We have an electricity market reform that also talks about other type of instruments. So the first discussion we can have is around those instruments. We have power purchase agreements, we have contract for difference, we have capacity mechanisms, we have the possibility to have long-term flexibility support mechanisms. Maybe you have a favorite as well. We won't do a poll now, but what's your reaction to some of these and how important they will be for flexibility? Who wants to go first on this one? You're sitting close to me, so you'll get the advantage.
I can take it. Again, when it comes to energy security and flexibility, I agree with you. We still have the conventional power plants that have been doing the job until now, but still, we need to look into what do we need to build up in order to replace them. And I think this is why we're here today. Now, the different policy instruments, what we have been very much promoting is that we should have all these routes to markets in the end, because we should not foreclose. We had this discussion around CFDs, whether they should become the new tool in order to procure not just generation, but also flexibility more generally. All of it works. What we need in order to invest in the tools that we need in the future, and that is a lot of storage, that is generation, that is flexible, that is demand, is that we give visibility to investors, that we give predictability to investors, so that they are investing in all these assets that we will need for the future energy system. And their CFDs obviously play a very important role, but also PPAs play a very important role. At the same time, we also need to look at the challenges of all these instruments because, for example, with CFDs, what we see more and more is that obviously the more we have negative prices, the more the investors also get cut because and many times the CFDs do not remunerate you anymore if there's negative prices. And when it comes to PPAs, we need to see them being taken up much more by also, counterparties that at the moment have certain risks, where we need to come in and make sure that we offer some guarantees that they can be taken up. But there's a multitude of instruments. In the end, what we need is much, much more flexibility. And maybe one thing I want to still add is that one of the solutions that we see can do the trick is hybrid systems. And we would need to see them much more in auctions, not just auctioning solar, but also auctioning solar plus storage, auctioning solar plus wind plus storage. And this is possible. And this is why I'm so happy to see these commitments of regulators also in the paper, because it's, as you mentioned very clearly, it is not one of these usual position papers where there's asks, but there's really commitments. And I'm very happy to see these commitments on flexibility, because very often what we see is that also grid operators would like to go down that road of having hybrid systems being connected to the grid, but then there's regulatory hurdles on the way. I mean, this just this one example I want to mention, and then I stop. In the Netherlands, you might know it, Sellingen, where there's a solar park, 40 megawatt of floating solar, 15 megawatt of batteries, and they wanted to provide services to the grid and wanted to get connected to the grid. Now what happened, because the regulatory framework doesn't allow differently, is that they needed to have 2 inverters, 2 set of cables, and 2 grid connection procedures. This is nonsense, but this is because we need to still overcome these barriers on the regulatory side in order to make it happen, to streamline these kind of things. And I could mention a couple of other examples as well, but
we'll come back to you.
Stop here.
Happy to come back to you. But Christian was already waving because he would like to react to the example you gave, I think.
Well, I'd just like to build on it. In fact, I think what Walburga is talking about with investment signals, in particular for the flexibility solutions, is a very, very important point that really perhaps in a way touches at the core of the debate that we have in front of us. On the one hand, we have these towering investment needs that are really, really humbling. We assess the need for storage, for instance, to be 150 gigawatts on top of the 50 we have today by 2030. So build 3 times as much as we've managed in the last 50 years in 6 years, and that's just the storage piece. Yeah. So I mean, absolutely enormous. How do you incentivize people to do that, while at the same time there's this discussion about electricity prices being too high? And here I thought it was very important what Annegret was mentioning. Actually, the system worked quite well. The scarcity signal is at the core of the incentivization for flexibility, and that might be banal in this let's say forum, but I just want to remind that the Draghi report, for instance, has some other ideas, and that there's an ongoing discussion about interventions in the market every time we see a little peak in the prices. And here I think the balance between, on the one hand, policymakers, on the other hand, regulators insisting on the fundamentals and the soundness of the market principles is really, really important, because there is a clear appetite from policymakers to sort of act on the crisis that we actually have behind us and lower energy prices. Our question is, how is that going to work if you still want those enormous volumes to be invested in? So here's really something for regulators to keep an eye on. And my last remark would be about the flexibility options. One very interesting piece in the Draghi report is to progressively cover all renewables. It says explicitly all renewables with CFDs or PPAs. Now, what happens if you cover hydro with a CFD? It turns from a flexible resource directly into a baseload resource. So you're removing flexibility from the system by doing that. So we need to be very careful with what's in those reports, what are the ideas out there that policymakers are toying around with, and what's actually going to help the investment case for more flexibility in this future world where we need flexibility all the time.
Thank you, Christian. You already started to answer one of the questions we got from online, is they would like us to drop a few numbers here and there, which you just did for storage. So I will encourage all of you to drop a few numbers here and there while you make your point.
Yeah. I agree with what Christian was saying, but maybe a few remarks and comments. In general, I don't really like to only focus on security of supply. We need to have a resource adequacy thinking and approach. So it's of course supply, new renewables, but also traditional ones, and also demand and storage assets that they all contribute to have an adequate system. If I look at the demand side resources, so notably from demand response or distributed storage devices, they also need long-term security for investment. So to complement also what Walburga was saying, CFD PPAs are not only for generation, but also for consumption, and in particular, if we need to think about large energy-intensive industries to provide flexibility, they would also need to have a long-term availability payment to provide the resources and to provide then numbers. Then you are asking the right question. A large energy-intensive industry to provide 1 megawatt of flexible capacity in their electrified industrial processes, it costs 30,000 euros. So imagine, this is the cost that they need to be supported for, because the activation of this flexibility has a systemic benefit. And it should not be the primary goal of an industry. An industry should keep producing steel, aluminum, voila. But if there is an investment with a systemic benefit, this should be supported. And then we have one of the schemes that could support eventually in that sense, as mentioned by Leonardo, the flexibility support schemes introduced last year by the electricity market design, which might complement the capacity mechanism if they are fully technology neutral. But in case this is a tool to support the uptake of different flexible resources to provide a reduction of the upfront cost, but also the running cost. So these are tools that are needed to have more flexible, decentralized capacity. And only having capacity is not enough. We need to activate that. Hence, we need to have markets. So the complementarity between a kilowatt and the kilowatt hour element when using a resource.
Thank you, Michael. Well, so I already heard you spontaneously connect with two aspects of that chapter in the paper. You already seem to agree that we need some more guidance on best practices on how to use these tools or not to use them for specific technologies, or to combine them, I heard you also say. You also already spontaneously started to connect with the commitment of NRAs that they would like to help overcome some regulatory entry barriers, right, for flexibility participation in markets. What more can you say on those two topics? Who wants to?
Yeah, perhaps I can join in here and also share some more general observations. But if you look at the regulatory framework, let's not forget that currently even the public consultation is ongoing from ACER on the previous draft of the network code for demand response that has been developed with many stakeholders, including you here in the panel. So I would also hope that designing that creates a good stepping stone also to remove some further barriers that might emerge. However, also working on that network code, we realize that it will take time to have a market emerge that is fully functioning, that has a certain mature level, a certain mature volume, right? But it's a stepping stone. Now, perhaps looking also a bit to the nearer future and amidst of many, many instruments and possibilities, I would like to pick an example that is not so much quoted, but I see some nice examples in some member states on creating flexibility in the mutual sharing of energies and contracting capacities in industrial zones. So not the very big industrial areas like the the petrol refineries or what, but just a regular, I would say, a regular city industrial zone. We can see there that a lot of local flexibility is created there, even including what the neighboring city needs. So perhaps that is a nice example to look into a little bit more from a very pragmatic approach. And there are some nice examples that especially flexible capacity contracts are a helpful instrument there.
Thank you, Peter. That's a nice opening towards another topic we could discuss a bit more. I don't know if anyone wants to comment on that demand response code, because the other instruments that were mentioned were the ones from the latest market reform, but this one is coming out from the previous market reform. And of course, these network codes take a bit longer to develop. That's by nature. Where are we?
Are you sure
I don't know
you
if you
want
want
to open this Pandora box?
Peter started, so
No.
Christian will, and
Yeah.
then Mikael.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
You go, yeah.
Well, instead of commenting on the specific network code, I'll just basically make the point that we see that immense amount of legislation that's been negotiated and passed in the last 5 years, how much secondary legislation that's actually yielding. And what I draw from that is that we have an extremely important task in implementing stuff, and this is probably again uncontroversial here. But if we go to the European Parliament, I heard rumors that they're going to have a comprehensive review of both the first and the second law of thermodynamics in the coming mandate. So we just have to be aware that actually staying on the ball and doing the stuff that we've already agreed is very, very important. And again, it takes Peter some time to get the network code out, because he needs to have all of us agree. And then once it's out, we need the market to take it up. So it's going to take time. And again, I know that I provoked you a little bit by talking about conventional assets. All that time where we're waiting for all the new stuff to take off is the time that we're going to be reliant on conventional plants, for instance, like hydro plants, to actually have fresh power when we click the switch.
So I would not wait for the finalization of the network code to activate flexibility. So that's the rules are clear since 2019, or at least the principles are clear since 2019, have been further developed than in the past 5 years. So business models and remuneration mechanisms are already possible. In some countries, it's already a possibility. The network code is going to help fine-tune, clarify on the technicalities. But I would not give the message that, in particular for an audience that might ideally follow us across Europe, that we needed to wait for the network code. Because the network code, once it's going to be finalized, then we will have terms and conditions to be defined at national level. So it's better to define these terms and conditions and national eventual specificities on the basis of experience that is already developed at national level or shared among best practices. Otherwise, we need to just wait 2030, and we can't afford it. It's an urgency aspect. I mean, we know that the system flexibility needs will double from now to 2030. So we need to quickly activate all resources that can contribute, including from the demand side. So the work that we have been doing with DSO, with TSO, and with the stakeholders community throughout the past year was excellent. At the beginning, there were a lot of complexities of how to address the issue, and also a lot of misunderstanding. But after 1 year exercise, the work that was submitted to CEER was pretty comprehensive and satisfactory. Now, indeed, we are in a bit of challenging period, but we are confident that, it will...
That's a nice compliment, Peter. You agree?
Yes, I agree. And indeed, I would also like to emphasize the benefit of sitting together and talk about it, right?
Yeah.
Indeed, the network code is a sort of final product that will be released, and we need that to give guidance and to give a fair and balanced approach of benefits and costs. But discussing it and creating the same frame of reference helps a lot to make sure that you have the good understanding and talk about the best things and the best priorities to elaborate. So I see the value of that as well. It's the process and the content that come together.
And it's a bit history repeating, because I still remember the legendary discussions we had on balancing, where also we started off having different definition, what is primary, secondary, tertiary control, and then we said, you know what, we'll skip those, we'll create new terminology, FCR, FRR, and from now on we understand each other. So we will be on our island developing a language for Europe, clearly. And you also start to see why I want to bring these individuals to my island one day, because this is a quite animated discussion. But we were very positive now. You already raised some issues, right? There are still some issues, and I guess the codes of Peter won't necessarily solve all these issues. You also said that you have a bit more up your sleeve, Walburga, on issues.
Yeah.
Do you want to share them now, or you want to wait a bit longer?
No, I'm happy to share that now, because I very much agree with what you said, Christina, that we have a lot of tools already at our hand. Now it's important to implement them. And where we do see a lot to be done is, and there was this question also on, some numbers. On storage, we have some 20 gigawatt of storage installed right now in Europe. So we've been showing that in our battery report just recently. Where we would need to be from our analysis by 2030 to throw in some numbers is 200 gigawatt of storage. So that's 10 times as much. You might think, this is completely impossible, but what we see at the moment, and then I'm coming to, what we need. What we see at the moment is that batteries, in particular, are following exactly the same trajectory than solar did a couple of years ago, where the prices were collapsing over time, and where at the same time you see the take-up of storage. So the economies are not so much the problem anymore. But when we then look at how much it's taken up in Europe as compared to other areas of the world, or previous Europe, because the UK is also front runner in taking up storage. In the US and in the UK, there's some 50% of the new solar projects which are connected to storage. When we look at one of the major solar markets in Europe, Germany, which has been growing substantially over the last couple of years, in the last 3 years, only 11% of the solar capacities have been also attached to storage. So there's still a lot to be done. And how can we get up these attachment rates? I mean, some has to do with incentives. We see some great incentive schemes when we look at Italy, where there's been this super bonus, questioned by some, but still it made that batteries have been taken up substantially. Some tax credits in Sweden, we have such a scheme. But most importantly, batteries need to be able to provide their services and get revenues from it. And looking at tariffs, also tariff can play an important role in that, incentivizing consumers to take up storage. Because if you, for example, in California, you have this model when during summer and very sunny times, the network tariffs are lowered, in order to incentivize people to consume and really make sure that demand is kicking in and taking up the addition in generation. So these are all models we should think about in order to incentivize, after all, consumers, let the market work, but at the same time also provide incentives in order to have people invest in storage. And that's not just households, but there's also big industrial consumers. And that's the grids as well, that can benefit from more flexibility, procure flexibility, a big utility scale. And by the way, this is also one thing maybe I would want to throw into the discussion still, is that we saw a lot, so those markets where storage picked up, that was mainly behind the meter, because there were some consumer benefits which were handed out to consumers, Italy, but then also Germany, one of the main markets when it comes to behind the meter storage. What we haven't seen so far, only in the UK, is utility scale batteries that are particularly helping the grid to balance. We do see a shift at the moment, so we do see now more and more countries looking into utility scale, but we're by large not there yet, and we need to very much focus on these big storage solutions.
See them very eager to react. Michael
Yeah.
was first, and then we go to Christian, and then Peter.
No, indeed.
Yeah, sure.
I agree indeed with the fact that when looking at storage, we are considering a very broad spectrum of assets, you know, from the grid scale to the small battery in homes, but also the batteries in electric vehicles. So when we are talking about the storage capacity that needs to be deployed, is once again should be calibrated, and in particular the investment that needs to be supporting this deployment on what is the need. So if it is to accommodate daily system flexibility needs, which we know will be higher compared to the seasonal ones, then it's small-scale storage behind the meter that will play a lot of role, or even bidirectional charging of electric vehicles. While instead, if we have a seasonal justification of that need, then grid-scale storage will make sense, and then NRA should approve tendering for market players to deploy that resources that should be not owned, managed by DSOs, but by market players. And so that's always what for. There are different types, and we need to make sure that we are considering all the storage capabilities in order to indeed reward consumers primarily if they can provide the resource that is needed for the system. And by the way, bidirectional charging of electric vehicles from 2025, all OEMs are gonna put on the market at least one model of bidirectional ready and capable vehicle.
Okay.
Yeah, just to stay a little bit provocative, that also means that the role played by V2G by 2030 is very, very limited in a system perspective.
How many electric vehicles are we gonna have in 2030?
40 million. That's around it, but they're not all gonna be V2G, and they're not gonna have a grid that's gonna support it with V2G by 2030. I'm just saying that I want to make a case for the utility scale storage. When we talk about those volumes again, it's 200,000 megawatts we're talking about, and here we agree on the figure by 2030. If we want to go from the incremental, almost anecdotal investments in storage that we see today to have this enormous push, where we're seeing maybe 50 gigawatts a year come into the market, we are going to need some very robust investment signals. And here we're talking about a combination of letting the flexibility play out, but also complementing with capacity markets. This is very clear from the players that invest in bulk storage. And by the way, this is the only way to get those critical timescales that we're going to need for system security into the market as well. So just to be very clear about that. And the other thing I wanted to react on was the locational signals. Here's again a discussion where we need to have a very, very clear distinction between let's say what is helpful in a implementation context and what would be very disruptive. Locational signals in the let's say in the sense of tweaked tariffs with time of use and the likes could be helpful, whereas a shift to nodal pricing would completely undermine the business case, and we can start by throwing all the targets out the window if that's the avenue that policymakers embark on, at least for the 2030 framework time frame.
You, Christian, Peter?
Yeah, well, to elaborate a little bit of what has been said, many topics, but pick it up from the tariff where you finished and where Valborga also started. I think indeed that thinking about yeah, how do you say that? Revised tariff schedules can help a lot, especially at consumer level, to stimulate, well, in DSO world we call it grid-friendly behavior, not so much to favor us, but to make sure that the grid stays stable. So I was also happy to see that in the paper by CEER, an initiative was taken to work on the tariffs. I think a couple of weeks ago also at Acer we had this workshop. So I think gradually we collect the insights that are needed to go step by step to a tariff structure. By the way, if we do things like that, and you were hinting to that, it should also be transparent and clear to consumers, right? If you make it too complicated, then it doesn't work. Or if you go to devastate other good benefits when you go to the nodal pricing, I'm not an expert on it, but indeed, let's do it step by step and make it transparent and clear. Simple to understand to the consumer how it works. So for instance, your example from California, where it is pre-announced and in a very clear logic schedule, it helps a lot already. I also know the example from, I think, Sweden, where they tried that and it works very well. And that is perhaps one thing to say. I know that tariff schedules are also different amongst the various countries. Some tariffs even have a volume component in it. Others are already a little bit more capacity oriented. I think that if we look from the economic perspective, if we know that capacity is the new scarcity, we should try to price capacity adequately and try to get a little bit further away from any volume component that is in there.
Thank you, Peter. I will take that last comment as a bridge to one of the questions from the online audience. The online audience, I mean, a lot of what we just discussed was on, the instruments, regulatory instruments related to flexibility and the different types of flexibility. But somebody online would like us to clarify where you see the needs. What type of flexibility? Maybe it connects again to this needs assessment, right? There is flexibility, can be seasonal, can be very short term, but where do you see the biggest constraints or biggest challenges? Christian.
Well, maybe I would start by just making the observation that we need to let's say embark on a different type of flexibility debate than we've had before, or rather we should be clear about the fact that the flexibility concept is one that's going to play out on different voltage levels, and the idea that you can fix everything at the TSO level is an idea of the past. We really need to be very specific about the need for flexibility in the low voltage grids, and we need to work on that specifically when it comes to the, let's say, the solutions we're after, and also the investment signals that's going to drive that push of flexibility solutions into the low voltage grids. Because to be very clear, if you have all the cars on your local road charging at 6 o'clock in the evening, you're not going to fix that flexibility issue by turning on a CCGT somewhere nearby. You're going to have to fix that locally, and in many cases also with a DSR component. So we need to get into that diversified flexibility debate and make sure that we fix it at all the different voltage levels.
Wants to react?
Which is indeed I agree, and which is the challenges that we are gonna face more and more with an electrification of the energy system. But indeed, if we have a smart electrification of the system with consumers not only being passive in the way that they are consuming, but also able to react in a flexible way, this will be a way to support. To reply to your question, I think that until now, the most institutional calculation of figures was provided by the European Commission in March of last year, accompanying the electricity market design revision, where they were making for the first time an assessment of the EU system needs in 2030 and also longer, looking at all the different durations. And they came up with indeed the figure that by now to 2030 there will be 133% increase of the system flexibility needs, in particular daily. And this is gonna increase the daily, so the short-term duration needs compared to others is gonna be the highest from now to 2050. So what are the resources that can provide are the ones that should be indeed incentivized and should be able to be activating and should receive the signals to react, so that indeed we will not have all electric vehicles creating a peak at 6 p.m. When we are coming back home, but they will be modulated in a market-based way that should reward consumers for being active.
You wanted to react?
Yeah, building on what Michael and others said in terms of what is needed, I do think still we need to focus on what is most urgently needed, and these are the daily and maybe weekly flexibilities that we are looking at. And here the International Energy Agency provided some good numbers and some good insights, because we're discussing a lot, or at least the ones who are not believing that the flexibility could make up for the variability of renewables are always posing this question, what do you do in these days where you need to have long-term storage, the few days or weeks maybe in winter time. And when you look at these figures of the International Energy Agency, they show clearly that there's different phases of flexibility needs and different phases of storage needs as well, where there's only very few countries in the world which are already in the last stage of phase 5. Australia, for example, parts of Australia, where you need long-term storage already. But for most of the countries, and especially in Europe, this is way ahead. So what we need to focus now is really, as we're going so fast on building renewables, solar added some 60 gigawatt last year, and we're going to add the same and probably more this year in Europe. We need to have these daily flexibilities and need to build up battery storage big times, as I was saying already. I think I'm repeating myself, but and can leave the focus on the long-term storage for a later stage. We need to prepare, obviously, but at the moment, investments need to happen in the storage, that we need to balance out the daily needs.
Okay, very clear.
Yeah, and well, putting that together with what you also were saying on the interaction between TSOs and DSOs, indeed, flexibility at certain points is not only the highest system level at the high voltage that needs to solve it, because congestion at the moment is mostly in the DSO grid. So we need to sort of redefine the interaction between TSOs and DSOs, not disturbing anything of the task of TSOs on balancing, right? And no doubt about that. But in the future, congestion management and voltage control at the level of the low voltage, medium voltage DSO grid will be all the more important to prevent congestion, but also to unlock flexibility and keep the system stable. So for the future, and we are working on that also with NSOE, we need to better understand the dynamics that will emerge in a decentralized bidirectional grid. And we're only at the beginning of that, I think, to understand, and that, well, then we go into digitization to have visibility, right? So that's the next chapter, we will get there. But to understand the dynamics in the decentralized grid is a very important area for investigation.
Maybe if I can throw one more theme in here that is relevant also for the regulators to consider, is the fact that how do we sort of deal with the need for flexibility in a situation where we have extremely fast growing connection queues. So, I mean, just a couple of examples. The UK has maybe a system of 100 gigawatts in total. They have a connection queue of 700 gigawatts. Finland, I'm told, has just north of 20 gigawatts, has a connection queue of 400 gigawatts. Now, if all those first projects are projects that provide no flexibility, how are you going to deal with that in a first come, first serve situation? That's a new conundrum, dilemma that's coming at us. I don't have the solution, but I can just say that this was lively debated at the conference in Hungary this week. So there's something for consideration as well. When we have so much intensity in the energy transition, and that means we need to perhaps revisit some of the principles that we've been working by.
And some countries already did that, right? Out of necessity.
Correct.
And they are doing already very innovative things in the Netherlands, for instance.
Yeah, for instance, in the Netherlands and also other countries, and indeed to jump into that, the let's say, historic approach of first come, first serve obviously was related to the infinite copper plate, right? So no problems there. But now we need to design rules that still help DSOs to be, how do you say, neutral and efficient, Because I've also seen in the Netherlands, my own home country, that to prioritize is super difficult because you need a good support from the entire society, I would say, to prioritize. So that would be my call also to DSOs, TSOs and regulators to investigate a bit more how the regulators can help DSOs, and we are ready to think with you, to stay neutral and efficient in solving that queue, because indeed there is a lot of queuing. In the Netherlands, perhaps to elaborate a little bit, we have also seen that there are, in my own words, there is ghost queuing. So people just throwing in capacity requests, even to sell it to their neighbor. So there is a lot more to say, but let's start to revise a little bit the first come, first serve, and to have a better nuanced approach.
Okay.
If I can jump in on that, this is indeed where I think, Peter, we should work together at European level to have clear rules in the context of the Grid Action Plan implementation. Because to address this challenge of new connection requests, we need to have an agreed prioritization among this list if we avoid or we change the status quo methodology. From our side, the prioritization should be on the flex readiness of those that are asking a connection. So if you are flex ready, you will then help the system. You will not create a burden. However, the question is how to certify that a connection or a consumer that is requesting to connect is flex ready. So we need to have indicators to certify that. We can build on some work, for example, in the building sector, on the smart readiness indicator for buildings, which has already a functionalities among these 3 functionalities to qualify a building smart ready, that is their demand side flexibility. The same could apply also for CPOs or charging points, or also for industry. So, but there is a bit of work that needs to be done in order to harmonize these qualification in order to then prioritize for connections.
We're already a bit in chapter 2 on enhancing distribution, but just to close chapter 1 and then we can really dive into distribution, I thought to still ask you on this NRA commitment that they are really ready to help you remove barriers, right? For decentralized flexible resources to be part of the market. You know, which one?
No, it's great.
Yeah, but which one should they work on first?
Allow hybrid systems to connect to the grid and not limit them with the added capacity, but making sure that you can, to existing plants add storage, that you combine wind and solar, and not hamper those connections to the grid with adding on the capacities, but allowing it all together to be connected to the grid. So the hybrid systems, that's the #1 ask from our perspective.
Okay.
So it's both barriers for decentralized energy sources and new business models. Yeah. So indeed, to have an aggregation framework is extremely important to be done, because if there is it's an actual barrier for some players, the independent aggregators, to actually bid or exist. For market barrier for decentralized energy resources, there are several ones. So it's the impossibility for decentralized energy resources to bid in wholesale markets, or system operators to procure them in a market-based way. So for that, you need to remunerate system operators to use them. You have really a key role, and the burden should be on NRAs more than system operators, because if system operators do not have an incentive schemes to use and invest in the IT infrastructure, or to ask to market players to offer them the trading platform to use, then OPEX investments are not done, and then there are no local flexibility market setups. So I could go on also with regard to implicit schemes. So indeed, having rules to respect the fact that supplier needs to deploy dynamic flexible tariffs or having actual cost-reflective network charges. So yeah, there is a myriad of barriers for demand.
Impossible to choose one, basically.
No, because it's a myriad of schemes and value streams, as Annegret was saying, that will ultimately reward consumers to be flexible.
Good. Let's dive in. Or you want to still add here?
I'd just say very quickly, if I had to sort of single out an area, maybe my recommendation would be to say a little bit along the lines of Peter, why don't we explore the industrial piece? The medium-sized industrials and the critical industries for Europe, what's their role in flex? And why am I saying that? For two reasons. First off, flex of industry is going to be very, very important in connection with the competitiveness debate. We're already seeing the Draghi report say incentivize own generation of the big players. We're also hearing Draghi say give those guys cheap energy. So who's going to give them that cheap energy? Maybe a solution would be to make them able to operate in a more flexible manner.
Yeah.
So there's a direct link to the competitiveness debate when it comes to the big industry. And my second remark would be about what you said before, Peter, about leveraging flex in industrial clusters. I find that extremely interesting, and I've heard the viewpoint before that, you know, there's some of the big industrial players that are already flexing and playing a very active role in balancing the system. We're going to have the consumers with us eventually, but it's going to take 10 years, let's be honest, before we really have bulk effect, for DSR effect from mass consumers. Let's look at that sweet spot in the middle where you have big supermarket chains that could actually freeze all their freezers to -23 and then let them, you know, go to -18 when the electricity is expensive. All those palaces of glass and steel that get extremely hot, why not look at the flex potential, the DSR potential of those? And by the way, these are commercial operators. They have a direct interest in saving that money, more so perhaps than the individual consumer. So why not look at that industrial, let's say, segment as the first one?
Okay, thank you. On chapter 2, we already touched upon it, because it's difficult to really outline the discussion between these chapters. But let me read out a few highlights from the report that you can then react to. One thing is, you know, how can DSOs incentivize network users to be more flexible? And what role did the regulatory framework play in this? What are maybe missing elements? Because we already have flexibility markets, these more local markets, these local flexibility services. Is there anything missing there? And how to make sure that the DSO in all of this plays a neutral role? Where are we with unbundling? Do we need to go all the way to ownership unbundling, just to make sure that there is at least one controversial thing in this second chapter? And on the other side is there may be also a regulatory oversight gap. To what extent are regulators already having sufficient mandates to look at all these new business models and all these new flexibility services at the local level? I guess that's enough for you to pick at least one thing to react to.
I leave the unbundling to the colleagues over there. But I would like to just once again point to the big opportunities that we see in time of use tariffs. And I think it is possible. It's a question of, you know, implementing it, taking it up and getting the support of regulators to do that. It is highly a great incentive from consumers to react to the generation patterns that we have. And it would be great. And maybe the other thing I want to mention is flexible grid connection agreements, which are also a great tool in order to make sure that more capacity can be connected to the grid than you know, would be possible otherwise. We do see still some restrictions, for example, where Ireland is limiting it to 120%, but we already see some countries like Spain where this is much more flexible, and this is helping. Now, the one thing that I also want to mention is that it should not be an excuse for building the grids or reinforcing the grids. So we need to continue reinforcing the grids, and it should also not be used for congestion management for too long, but it is a possibility where very quickly we can have some low-hanging fruits that we can harvest, and we can make sure that more capacity can be built and then ultimately connected.
Yeah. No, thank you, because indeed I was also thinking, listening back a little bit to the discussion before, that we were talking a lot about optimizing the use of the existing capacity. I will have some thoughts on the increased capacity, but also what you were referring to. Oh yeah, obviously our overall target, right, is carbon reduction. So we want to connect as much resources as possible, also from DSO side. That is our overriding objective. But apart from using the existing capacity to its utmost limits, let's not forget that we also need to invest simply in expanding the grid, right? If electrification is further accelerating, we simply also need more capacity in the grid, and we have been discussing that in various panels already, also obviously with the CEER and CEER, the regulator. And I think that we are happy to see that also from the Grid Action Plan, the idea to zoom in a bit more on anticipatory investments will also be a channel that will help to connect more resources. And I think we also need all stakeholders there. So we need the regulator to keep the DSOs efficient and neutral. But also I think it asks for a new paradigm on how to manage our investments. So if you look back in history, both the DSOs by nature and I think also the regulators were very much focused on managing efficiency and managing, perhaps even mitigating risks. Now, in the new era, we have discussed already, there is a lot of uncertainty. So what we need to learn together is rather to manage uncertainty instead of only mitigating risks. So I would hope that when we look further into the anticipatory investments, and I leave it to you with your example from Budapest to illustrate the benefits, but it's not just to hold up our hands to collect more money, right? But it is about also a paradigm shift to manage uncertainty rather than only mitigate risks.
Yeah, sorry, Mikael. It was sort of a bridge to
Go ahead.
Now
Sorry,
I'm curious what you said in
Michael,
Budapest.
Well, I'll leave that as a cliffhanger, and you can go and see the presentations. What I wanted to pick up on here is the one thing that sort of provoked me slightly in your position paper, and that's the piece about further unbundling. I just want to raise the question very openly: Is there a problem? I mean, is there evidence that there is a problem of a lack of neutrality of any a DSO in Europe? And if there is such an evidence, does it have to do with ownership relations? The reason why I'm asking this question is that if we look at the industry today, it's not like we're short of challenges or work. We have an enormous implementation work. We have the biggest investment plans in history. So if at the same time to execute the biggest societal change that we've done in the last 100 years, we want to fundamentally tamper around with ownership, is that really going to serve the purpose of the energy transition? And are we acting on the basis of solid knowledge that something is not going well? I would like to hear the answer to that question.
I will be less diplomatic as you, but what I want to say is that we should not waste time in governance issues. There are other priorities that we need to tackle, and it should not be a priority. But indeed, replying to your question, and also maybe complementing or making some references on this flexible connection agreement, I think that Brussels normally have a very short memory. So there are buzzwords that we all work and engage with, and we forget what has been already put on the table. You know, so it's 1 year that everyone talks about flexible connection agreement as the panacea of all issues. But we forget, indeed, that already European legislation, in order to optimize the use of networks, prescribed the use of local flexibility markets, prescribed the introduction of cost-reflective network charges. where are we on both of them? 2019. 2019, so we are almost 6 years far from these requirements. Only pilot projects on cost-effective network charges, there is almost nothing. And so, yes, flexible connection agreement might be a solution for new connections or for upgrades of existing connection. But anyway, once someone, an end user, a household or an industry is connected, then it should be able to receive signals through local flexibility markets. So the capacity is one element, but once there is a connection, then there should be able to receive signals through market-based procurement methods. And this is where, indeed, once again, I stress the point that in order to go in that direction, DSOs, specifically in this point, needs to be incentivized, needs to be remunerated. I was yesterday moderating a webinar with some companies and also that are currently working in the UK with MPG, so one DSO. And 2 weeks ago I was in the UK with SSCN, so another DSO. And the approach that they have on also on energy communities is how use energy communities to support them solve congestions in a market-based way. And I was saying, wow, but this is very innovative. You are really thinking in the right direction. Why? Why? Well, there is Ofgem that is putting money on the table, is incentivizing them through innovation projects, fine, but also through an OpEx way in order for them to optimize the use of consumers that are connecting their grids. So you have a big, important role to accelerate.
And they've also commit to take up that role, because
exactly.
that bridges to the last part, and then I'll do another round of comments. But let me just also read out the last part. It's about how to put the efficiency first principle into practice and applying that to maximal use of existing network and existing generation, and then the role of digital smart technologies in there. But also, and then we come to the commitments. The commitment is on developing these best practices for network tariffs. You've already referred to that in the beginning of our discussion, but also the issue you just highlight on how to give incentives to power system grid operators, to consider alternatives to capacity expansion, and that can be financial incentives. Also, there is a commitment to think about how to use incentive frameworks in another context, is on making sure all these integration projects, implementation of network codes are being done in a timely manner. Or even not only giving incentives, but even going more to enforcement and compliance in case of delays in implementation of some of these very technical things. And then the last thing connects with the Draghi report. Should we finance some of these investments with taxpayers' money, right? To what extent are these anticipatory investments going to be put in network tariffs on grid users or allocated in another way? If that's not enough to finish the last minutes, I don't know anymore. Yeah, sorry, well, Burga is sitting next to me. She can push me off my chair, so I have to give her priority.
I'm not that dangerous. No, but it's great that you're mentioning, because when we're talking about incentives, we have come from the discussion around not only CapEx, but also OpEx, so TOTEX. But what you have just been mentioning is very much what I would want to bring to the discussion. So couldn't we go a step further and go to results-based remuneration? I mean, could be a little bit more difficult, but really set some benchmarks, have DSO compete with each other about the best solutions after all. Some of the examples you mentioned it already, but really, set some KPIs like, how many of the projects can be connected, how much additional flexibility are you bringing to the grids. So can we, think about something more innovative and not just have it limited to CapEx and OpEx discussion? I think that would really spur a little bit the innovative thinking. And then we should also not forget that there is some bigger DSOs, obviously, who have capacities to think a little bit more out of the box. But there's a lot of small DSOs in many markets, Germany with, what is it, 700, 800, and Austria as well. So we need to, and that's probably a role for regulators as well, to help them in capacity building. And really make sure that all this know-how is transferred throughout the DSOs, so that not everyone needs to start thinking about possibilities and best practices. So maybe there's a role for regulators here also to play.
Thank you.
Yeah, perhaps picking up on that a little bit. First of all, indeed, diversity amongst DSOs is huge, right? We have over 800 members, 830 members, from very, very small to 3,000 connections to very, very large. Enedis, I think, is largest, 38 million connections, everything in between. It's interesting, though, to see that sometimes, indeed, the huge DSOs are super innovative, but it's also a pleasure to see that sometimes small DSOs in a local region are so clever and pragmatic to unlock flexibility or create communities. So we can collect examples from large to small, I would say. But now on incentives, I've been thinking about that also a little bit. And from DSO entity, we have not taken a position there. But in more general terms, I think it helps to analyze a bit more that those countries that have a bit more input-related regulation, and if you compare them to countries with a bit more output-oriented regulation, we might be able to learn from the differences and then optimize a little bit on the schedule. And then what I can normally see is that with output-related regimes, there is a bit more, how do you say that, implicit incentive in a way, rather than very explicit, complex related incentives. So that might be a way to look into, but we have not yet started our investigation there, but well, on our list.
Just to react briefly to the whole discussion about non-wire alternatives, I think there's definitely a role for regulators to incentivize and spur that. I would just also really try to drive the point home, and this is what we discussed in Budapest, that we have to accept that we need massive investments in the grids, and I would say it's positive to see that this mindset has changed and that there's an increased acknowledgement of the fact that we really need those investments, but we also need to see that actively, let's say, remunerated by the regulators, recognized in a timely fashion, and then over to the topic about anticipatory investments. I recall that not all regulators have been equally enthusiastic about this concept. I would just say that there's a very clear role also when it comes to protecting consumers against unnecessary costs. When it comes to these anticipatory investments. And to be very clear, the reason why this is a good idea, specifically to invest in bigger capacities today, is that the biggest part of new investments is often the civil works. So that means if we put in a big line today, we can actually avoid a second round of civil works costs. We don't have to do the second upgrade, and hence we're saving money actively for the consumers, and we're also saving society a lot of trouble, a lot of dust, a lot of noise, a lot of traffic jams from those civil works that otherwise will have to be undertaken in 2030, in 2035, in 2040, when new capacity upgrades are needed because we're electrifying. So there is really a role also at the core of the regulator mandate to protect consumers against unnecessary costs when it comes to the anticipatory investments.
You, Christian?
Maybe to continue and also a reply to your question on the energy efficiency first principle. I mean, this is an horizontal principle that should be applied to across the energy system. And indeed, the Commission also recently published guidelines on how to implement the energy efficiency first principle, which has also implication for the operation of DSOs and also for NRA in order to identify whether a type of investment is more cost optimal or compared to another. So at the foundation is the need to have solid CBAs in order to then check the benefit and then the investment. And to give an example, building also on the discussion that we were having before, if a DSO is gonna open a local flexibility market, so he's gonna procure from that, shall invest himself in setting up a new trading platform that is establishing itself, or is more cost effective to procure a trading platform that is provided by the independent market operator and has been already used and tested across Europe. This is for the same goal, there are two alternatives. One is more efficient than the other. And then only if this cost optimal and efficient approach is duly applied, fine to include these costs in tariffs and socialize the cost. But there is a justification, that is what is needed can be shared among society. That should be the logic.
Okay, we're out of time, but I think we covered a lot. Not the full position paper. We still have a few more discussions in this conference, and I'm sure many of you will also read the paper after you've heard all these recommendations and commitments that are in there. Let's just thank our panel, thank also the online audience. We tried to pick up some of the questions. I hope you will continue to put questions into the system, and I'm sure the colleagues will also pick them up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, so thank you very much to all the panelists who have joined us in this, I would say, very insightful, quite thought-provoking, and even slightly controversial in some points, and definitely a very lively discussion that we just had. So thank you very much to the panelists who have joined us, and thank you very much to Leonardo for an excellent moderation. Now we'll move to the second part of our section today, of this first half of the CEER Annual Conference, in which we're going to be talking about a very important topic, which is the question of independence of energy regulators. And to have that, I'll be joined on stage for a mini interview with two speakers who will dive us deep into what the data says about the state of regulatory independence and why does it matter so much, and how does the green transition and how has the European Green Deal changed this context, if anything? So I would like to invite my speakers to join me on stage. I'm delighted to have with me the Head of Division for Regulatory Policy and Public Governance at OECD, Anna Pietikäinen. Welcome. And also with us, we have the Senior Policy Officer at E-Control and also representing CER, Katarina Lederman-Tapainer. Welcome. All right, so thank you very much, the two of you, for joining us in this conversation. I would maybe like to take a step back and let's say to hear from you and understand why are we having this conversation in the first place? Why independence of energy regulators matters so much? This conference is about the challenges and opportunities of the future energy systems. Is this one of the challenges that we are facing at the moment? So I really wanted to hear your thoughts on that to set the scene. Maybe I could start with Anna.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to everyone here in person and online, and thank you very much for inviting the OECD and having me as part of this event. Maybe I'll take even a further step back from zooming in on the independence of regulators and just say that the OECD places great emphasis on regulatory policy and governance. What we mean by this is supporting governments ensure high quality regulations, ensure that these regulations are implemented for maximum impact for society and economies, and that these regulations are evaluated for optimal learning, also for lessons and for future cycles of regulation. In this ecosystem, which is very wide and diverse, economic regulators play a very important role. I think Annegret, in her opening remarks, talked about the role of economic regulators for public confidence. And this is certain. Economic regulators really sit at the interface between markets, between economic actors, whether they're public or private, government and their policy objectives, which may change over time, as well as consumers who obviously have their expectations as well. Therefore, how these regulators take their decisions, how they communicate about how they take their decisions, and the governance underpinning their decision-making is really crucial for the functioning of the markets that they oversee and for public confidence in these decisions.
Thank you very much. And Katarina, what would you like to add?
Yes, thank you very much, and welcome to everybody here and also online. I fully agree with what Anna said, of course. I would also like to maybe take a very simple approach. You asked why are we having this conversation, and just in the previous panel we heard the statement, let's not waste time on governance. That was a bit a strong statement, I would say. We have been at CEER investigating the state of regulatory governance for about 10 years, I would say. I do not believe that we have wasted our time. Rather, I believe that governance is the very basis of what we do. It is the way that we build trust in the process, that we can ensure that regulatory decisions are taken on the basis of facts and not on whims. And I believe that this is the way to go. We must ensure that the governance is right. And this is why we also always investigate these issues and we underline them every chance that we get.
Thank you very much. Then let's talk about the state of independence of energy regulators in Europe. I believe that both OECD and CEER have some data and some findings around this topic. So maybe we could start with what does the OECD data tell us about the state of independence?
Sure. So we have, as you know, at the OECD, we like to gather a lot of data and build indicators. So we are right now finalizing the latest the latest data set that looks at the governance of sector regulators, so not just energy, but also e-communications, transport, and water. So I'm going to be giving you some previews, and I'd like to ask for your patience for a few more weeks before we publish the final data. So our data set covers 149 regulatory authorities across 42 countries. In this sample, 3 in 4 regulators identify themselves as independent, and the questions that we ask range from legal status, is the regulator recognized as an independent agency by law? But we also ask questions about leadership, how leadership is appointed or can be dismissed, staffing, budget, and, for example, relations with the executive, mostly always referring to what the texts in law say. I think it's probably not a surprise for the audience here that EU member states report that their energy regulators are independent. I think this is a clear reflection of EU legislation, electricity legislation. And just as a point of comparison, if we look at the EU average in our sample, so we have 100% of energy regulators reporting as independent, the OECD average is 86%. So there is quite a bit of difference between EU member states and OECD member states.
Thank you. And how about CEER's own findings? What can you tell us about that, Katharina?
Yes, so we have been investigating this issue also for a couple of years now. And while the OECD works with 143 regulators, 49 regulators, we have 30 member states. In the latest report that we did, 29 of them participated, so this is a fairly good databasis for our review here. And because we have a smaller sample of countries, we have the luxury of being able to dive a little bit more into the detail. So I would maybe like to give 2 examples from this report in that regard. On the one hand, you know, you can always ask, is the authority recognized as legally independent in your law? But then the question is, what does it mean? And once you start to take this apart, there's really almost no end to it. One thing that we looked at specifically was what is happening if you have an energy regulator that is independent and protected by the EU laws, but at national level, this energy regulator is joined in the same institution with a regulator for a different sector. So we are talking classic multi-regulator, multi-sector regulation. What happens then? Do you take the independence rules from one sector and you transfer it to the other? Are there maybe different standards that apply throughout the institution? What happens in this case? And so what we found is that in all the regulators inside CEER that deal with more than energy, so that regulate at least one additional sector, in all but one of those, the independent standards are in effect leveled up to the sector with the strictest independence regulations. So this is a quite a strong basis. And the second example of what really the detail of it means that I want to give is that if you then look, you stay inside the energy sector, but then you look at the national level. So we all have a common basis, right, of the tasks that we do as EU energy NRAs. But most of us also have national tasks that we do on top of the EU harmonized tasks, so to speak. When it comes to those, what happens? Are these protected by the same independence rules as the tasks that come from the EU level? Or are there maybe different rules? Is there maybe a carving out of these? Mm-hmm. And so what our report has found is that in all the NRAs that also have additional national tasks, with the exception of 4, all of those regulators, they have the same independence rules that apply across. So no political instructions on any of their tasks, regardless of what the source of these tasks is. And this means that basically the regulator in these cases is regarded as a unit, and whenever it is given a new task, this is automatically protected by the same framework. And so this is the kind of questions that you come up with when you really look into the detail, and there's of course many more, but this is the type of work that we are presenting in this new report.
I've seen Anna nodding a lot. I don't know if there's anything that you would like to build upon.
Almost everything. I think when we were preparing for this, we said Katarina and I could probably discuss this for 2 days, not 20 minutes. So we'll try to keep it to 20 minutes. But maybe just to reflect on the evolution of independence in our data sets. So what the time series that we're looking at the OECD is 2023 compared to 2018. As I said, we're mostly looking at laws, what the law says. So it's no surprise there hasn't actually been much evolution. I think for the energy regulators in our sample, there has been a 1% increase in independence. I don't know who that was in which country. We can look at it. But again, that's not really very surprising. But I think, as Katarina was saying, really we do need to zoom in much deeper because the devil is in the details, right? And independence is not static, far from it. I think those of you who are representing energy regulators here today will be able to attest to that. So what we did at the OECD a couple of years ago, we published a report called Equipping Agile and Autonomous Regulators, where we looked more in depth namely at budget and financial management and human resource management by regulators. And what we found is that for regulators that are defined as independent in law, there are many caveats. So if there was an intention or a desire to limit or step into the autonomy of the regulator, there are many options for doing that, and I can give a couple of examples. So, for example, regarding funding, we found that even for regulators that are independent in law, for about a quarter of the regulators that we looked at in the survey, there is a possibility for the executive to revise their budget after it has been approved without oversight from the legislative branch, whereas the initial budget has obviously been also approved by the legislative branch. So that opens the door potentially to actions to undermine the capacity of the regulator to act. Regarding staffing, what we found also is that large majority of regulators openly advertise positions and are able to directly appoint staff. But again, about a quarter of regulators, and this also applies to the energy regulators in the sample, so it's about a quarter, they have to request approval, usually from a ministry, to be able to hire staff. And certainly that's the case if they want to increase headcount, so create new positions. And we've been discussing, we heard a lot about flexibility, the need to be agile in the previous panel. So of course this undermines the capacity of the regulator to be quick on its feet and to be able to ensure that it has the right expertise and capacity to be able to understand and act on new developments in the market.
Thank you. I don't know if there's anything you'd like to add also on this point, Katharina. How does this resonate with you? What do you think are also the factors that are preventing any improvements, or that we are stalled when it comes to the development and the more independence of achieving more independence for regulators?
Yes, let me reflect on that in a minute. I would first like to speak a little bit about what you said. Also, you said the regulator needs to be quick on its feet. I like this impression, this expression, because it is also something that we looked into in our most recent report. Because giving the regulator resources does not only mean providing these resources, but also providing them in time. So to come back to these facts, we specifically investigated how many of the CEER members received additional tasks as part of the emergency regulation that was enacted in 2022 and 23 very quickly on the European and also the national level. The range of the measures was very, very broad, and the overwhelming majority of CEER members did in fact receive additional tasks, but of a very different nature. So some of them said, okay, this is not really a lot of work for us, we can take this on, but others were quite burdened with a lot of additional tasks, some of which might have been closer or maybe less close to their core regulatory tasks. All of this had to be done very quickly, and of course regulators asked the question, how do we resource these additional tasks? What we found is that among the regulators that received additional tasks, some did not get any additional resources to do these tasks at all. Some received additional resources, but it was not enough to cope with the additional tasks that they got. Some did get additional resources, but they did not get them in time to actually use these resources to be able to implement the emergency tasks that they got. And only a couple of regulators actually got additional resources in a sufficient amount, and they could also use them in time. Bear in mind that getting additional resources means not just getting the funds, but you possibly need to hire additional people through a process that might be different in each country. You also need to do onboarding. You need to train them, particularly if this is in an area which is less close to your regulatory home territory, so to speak. So this again shows that resources is a field that you could dive into and really talk about a lot. And it is also one of the reasons why CEER, if you're familiar with any of the work that we do not tire of saying, if you give the NRAs additional resources, additional tasks, you must also give us the additional resources that we need to do them properly.
Thank you, Katharina. I wanted to pick up then on this point on energy regulators being indeed assigned more tasks without additional resources. Is that a consequence, or has this shift come as a result of the green energy transition and the need to speed up our decarbonization objectives? Is that so? And if so, also from Anna's side, I think it would be great for me to understand. You've already discussed how important is financing and human resources in this context, but could you elaborate more a little bit based on the findings of an OECD's own work?
Sure, thank you. So thanks a lot, Katarina. Really, really interesting findings. So there are, in terms of regulators gaining more functions, there are two trends that we observe. One is this kind of progressive mission creep that we see really across most countries, which I think is a reflection of the fact that regulators are usually doing a pretty good job. They have very professional staffing and they do deliver on their mandates. So then little by little, governments delegate more and more to them. Then the other trend is what you were talking about in crisis contexts, regulators being given being asked to step in for more quick fixes, if you will. We don't have from the OECD data exactly on who has received more or less new resources. But of course, we know that these kind of, whether it's the progressive mission creep or then in crisis situations, this may undermine the independence and autonomy and capacity to act of the regulator. But I think there's also an interesting question with regard to the independence of decision-making and the identity and the perception of the regulator as an independent entity, because sometimes some of these new functions may not actually come with independent decision-making. So you were saying that you've actually found that in some cases, the same rules of independence apply across the board, which is very, very interesting. But that's not always the case, and certainly not always outside of the European Union, which means that it may undermine the way the regulator is perceived by the sector, by consumers, if the government delegates tasks that in the end the regulator is simply implementing. It's not implementing with technical independence. And it can create kind of gray zones in the operations of the regulator with regard to its reputation at the end of the day. So it's something to be very careful of, I think, in terms of how the regulator will communicate externally on these evolutions in its mandate and functions.
Thank you. I don't know if maybe Katarina, you also wanted to add anything to.
Yes, maybe I can add something on this idea of adding new tasks without giving additional resources. This is not a new phenomenon. It's basically a tale as old as time. I believe it might stem from two factors. One of them specifically in the European Union, being that while directives need to be transposed at the national level, this means that the legislator at the national level becomes automatically aware of these additional tasks and then decides about the resourcing of them. But regulations are directly applicable. EU regulations are directly applicable in all the member states. And so maybe sometimes these additional tasks for the regulator, they go unnoticed, basically. Or at least to the extent that they would also need additional resources, right? This is the reason why we always underline this whenever we have a chance. And also, I think there is maybe a similar phenomenon that could emerge at the national level if the regulator is given tasks, but not only through, say, one single piece of legislation, most usually an establishing law for the regulator, but maybe stemming from different pieces of legislation, and then they all add up. If this is not unified in one place, we could see this might lead to a lesser awareness of these additional tasks.
Right, I see. Maybe to conclude, because we only have just about 5 minutes left, time flies by really fast. I would like to understand the role of that energy regulators in practice are going to play in the energy transition. I mean, I think we will all agree here in this room and those in the online room as well that they have a crucial role to play. So maybe, Anna, according to OECD data, how are energy regulators uniquely positioned in this challenge according to OECD's own finding?
Sure. So thank you for the question. So as part of the data collection for the governance of sector regulators that I mentioned, we also added a module specifically looking at the role of economic regulators for the green transition, bearing in mind that all of these network sectors, so from energy to transport to communications, are very energy hungry or responsible for a lot of greenhouse gas emissions. So how are energy regulators empowered, and what type of role do they have in advancing green policy goals? And what we found is that among the different sector regulators, energy regulators more often have legal powers towards environmental sustainability, which is of course a very large concept, than regulators in other sectors, with 84% of regulators reporting to have such powers, which is actually a huge amount, and it's much more than what we actually thought that we would find. Of course, there's not always a perfect match between what is the mandate of the regulator and its objectives and its functions. And this is what we found in the survey results, is that there's a lot of work to be done, including in EU member countries, to make sure that there's a match, that when this is in the mandate of the regulator, that it's then finds its way into the objectives and the strategic objectives of the regulator, and then potentially in law also making sure that the regulator has the powers to act, for example, by requesting data from the right economic actors, or taking decisions, intervening in the market. One interesting finding that really came out also from this work is the fact that new responsibilities for the green transition really elevates the need for economic regulators to make trade-offs. So I think economic regulators are always making trade-offs. I mean, as I mentioned at the beginning, they're really at the interface of many different sets of actors, and they have to make sure that all of them are sufficiently happy or sufficiently unhappy, and nobody should be much happier than the other set of stakeholders for the regulator to be doing its job well. And sometimes these kinds of green objectives come into contradiction with some other areas that the regulator has been tasked with, namely pro-competition objectives. So the regulator may need to be then deciding which of these sets of objectives is most relevant, or should be more primordial in its decision making. And this also brings us into a little bit of a gray zone, which I think could be a conversation for a whole day of debates, which is about delegating these types of sometimes policy questions about making trade-offs between different objectives to independent regulators. So are governments delegating too much decision-making and kind of policy decision-making power to economic regulators by delegating some of these tasks? So I think that's a very interesting question for us to explore in the future.
And then maybe, Katharina, would you agree indeed that these additional tasks, these additional powers might create these trade-offs for regulators? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think this is certainly an area for further investigation, and I do trust the OECD has the broadest database that we could ever rely on in this. In CEER, we did this survey, not so much focusing on the goals and on the trade-offs between those goals. We tried to look a little bit into the tasks, even though a comparison of tasks, as you know, is a near impossible thing. So what we only looked at is how many of our members actually have tasks assigned in the area of renewables. And I looked the numbers up. We have 23 of those. So that's 23 out of 29. It's more or less about the percentage that you said as well. And on top of that, 14 of our members also have explicit tasks in energy efficiency. And yes, this already shows that the area of the green transition is one that is definitely enlarging the scope of regulatory action.
Well, thank you so much. I mean, I believe this is all the time that we have for this discussion, but maybe for the next annual conference, we might be able to gather together and discuss once again the state of energy regulators, hopefully also with some improvements. But in any case, I think it's been a really interesting conversation. We got to see what are some of these big challenges, particularly from the resourcing side. We could have digged so much deeper into the different details. We said the devil was in the detail, but also indeed these additional powers that the energy transition has also brought to economic regulators. So we'll stop here for now, but thanks so much to Anna Pietikainen and Katarina Lederman-Tapainen for having joined us in this interview. And we will be back shortly in the CEER Annual Conference. We're going to have time for a little coffee break, so just about 15 minutes or so. And at 10 past, we'll be back here with our upcoming session on gases. So thank you so much. And take the time to get some coffee, stretch legs, and we'll be right back. Excellent. So, welcome back, everyone, to this second part of the CEER Annual Conference 2024. I hope you had the chance to get some coffee, get some fresh air, stretch your legs, and get ready for two more really insightful, I think, conversations that we are going to have ahead. Because we are going to have the second session on decarbonized gases, and the third one, which will come afterwards, is going to be on consumers, the impact on consumers of the energy transition and what the developments and policy we've been seeing in recent years. So in this session, indeed, we will turn our attention to gas issues and delve into the latest developments, challenges, and opportunities in the deployment of decarbonized and low-carbon gases and its role in the energy transition. So I already have the speakers sitting next to me. So from probably, I guess, your left, I have with me the Vice President at CEER and also the President at ERSE, the Portuguese energy regulator, Pedro Verdelho. Welcome.
Thank you.
Next up with us is the Senior Policy Advisor at the European Biogas Association, Anthony Lorraine. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
And on my side here, we have the team leader for hydrogen policy at the European Commission, Lucas Wernert. Welcome.
Hi, good afternoon.
So we would like to start this discussion on the same way we saw in the first session, in which we would like to start by hearing your thoughts on the topic. So we have a little poll prepared for you. You will see the QR code appearing again in your screen in case you haven't signed up yet, in which we would like to ask you, what is the most significant challenge to achieving decarbonization in the EU gas sector by 2050? Is it the high cost and uncertain infrastructure needs to scale up hydrogen production and distribution? Is it the need to balance biomethane and other biogases with declining gas demand while maintaining infrastructure? Or is it the slow progress in fully electrifying hard-to-abate sectors like heavy industry and transportation? So while you input your answers and while you connect and answer our question, I would like to welcome Pedro, who will set us the scene as a CEER Vice President. And will talk to us a little bit about CEER's own work on this topic, as also chair, by the way, of the gas working group. I didn't mention that before. So, Pedro, feel free to take the lecture, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Anna. And I will trying to setting the scene or present a panoramic view addressing three lines. The first line is related to the gas sector and its regulatory framework, the current one, that really I think we have to acknowledge that is leveraging the energy transition. And so I will make I will go around this point. And then the second one is about the sustainability of the gas sector and the challenges that you have in the future regarding that. We need the gas sector for the energy transition, and the sustainability of it may be at stake. So I will also have some lines around that point. And third one is really the opportunities what we are looking forward in order to decarbonize the gas sector. This is mandatory, and we have, when comparing with electricity, we have a delay of 20 years. We starting decarbonizing the power sector 20 years ago, and we are now looking for the decarbonization of the gas sector in order to ensure that the infrastructures that are there are really useful for the society and for the energy transition. Looking for the first line, the acknowledgement of the contribution of the leveraging of the gas sector to the energy transition, I will go beyond what usually we think about it. Usually we think about this leveraging in terms of fuel switching. We know that gas is fossil fuel, easily to be managed, and so taking into account these characteristics, you can change the energy on the gas molecules into other end users that we need and usages with high efficiency. When, for instance, we compare with using coal to extract energy from coal to have useful energy at the end, it's a quite it's a rock. It's very hard to to convert, to change the energy to another energy carrier. So the processes are quite inefficient, and due to that we have a lot of emissions in terms of CO2. So when we look to the gas in this perspective, is clearly a fossil fuel transition energy carrier, because with that we can, with fuel switching, coming from coal, fuel oil to gas, to natural gas, we are reducing, we are increasing the commodity, the needs of our society in terms of energy, using less primary energy at the end. So we are with that, and we are doing that. Europe is doing that in the last 20 years. When we look to the evolution of our primary energy, we see a declining of it in the last 20 years. And this was the result of using natural gas, substituting more pollutant fossil energy. But the leveraging of the energy transition, the contributions of the gas sector to the energy transition goes beyond that. And we have in the first session speak a lot about flexibility, and in a way we ignored the flexibility that is totally offered by the natural gas sector to balance renewables. So I want to highlight that we have a physical layer in the gas sector that provides this flexibility to handle and to manage a more decarbonized energy mix, more dependent on renewables that have a lot of variations. So nowadays we have a supply profile that has a lot of fluctuations. And of course, we know that our demand supply has also a lot of fluctuations. In the past, the flexibility that we needed in the energy sector was just to manage the fluctuations or the variability of demand. And in a decarbonized energy sector, this volatility and the corresponding flexibility that we need is increasing, because we are introducing more volatility from the supply side. And so we have to have tools and means to unlock the flexibility that is available in our society. And in first session, the flexibility that is really provided by the gas sector was ignored in a way, and mainly the regulatory framework. I want here to highlight that what we have done in the last 15 years after the third package was to change the regulatory framework that was applied on the gas sector in order to ensure that the flexibility that the gas sector could provide to a decarbonized energy sector, energy society, decarbonized society, is really we develop a regulatory framework that offers, that reduces all the constraints that the commercial layers in the past create. Namely, I'm talking about the tariff network code. We change tariff structure from point to point to an entry-exit system, which enables market agents to procure flexibility in the markets without any constraint, and also the way how we allocate capacity in our grid, in our infrastructures, and offering that to the market, changing from long-term contracts, border to border or point to point, to capacity products with profiles, daily profiles, month profiles, yield profiles. So every market agent could profile their needs depending on the flexibility that he has to provide, in a more flexible, in a more without less constraints, and this is something that really was clearly useful in the energy crisis that we lived in 2022, and for sure will help us in the next, not energy crisis, I hope, but in the next crisis provoked or promoted by the environment. And the gas sector is there in order to manage that volatility and that flexibility in several time dimensions that we need, and with a set of rules and the regulatory framework adapted and adequated to that, compared with former environment or legal environment. So I have to highlight that. We have done a lot of work, the regulators, also the grid operators. We have done a lot of work in order to unlock all this flexibility that can be offered by the gas sector. Then the second line is about...
We'll need to move on to the discussion, Pedro. So I think some of the points we'll be able to also keep up in the discussion. So if you could slowly wrap it up. Thanks.
Okay. The one is sustainability. We have a big challenge in terms of the gas. So the issue is about affordability of the grid costs. We know that decarbonization in a way is related to electrification, and it's much easier to electrify household demand than industry demand. And we have to take into account that 1 megawatt hour that we lose in gas in the household segment provides a finance to the system of 40 euros per megawatt hour, while in the industry sector, this 1 megawatt hour provides just 4 euros. So when we see the trends in terms of demand reduction for gas, they seem, all scenarios show that there will be a demand reduction there, but the reality behind that is much more challenging, because the financial reduction beyond that demand reduction is huge indeed. So here we have a sustainability that regulators have to be aware of that, and we have to address it. Then we have the decarbonization of the gas, and I think this will be addressed by the speakers. So I will perhaps, Anna, pass that. Thank you very much.
Excellent, Pedro. Thank you so much for this introduction. If you can stay with us. There's already, I think, some important points that we have to pick up, also based on your first statements. And actually, I would say before maybe commenting the poll results, which are quite interesting, I believe we have a clear winner there. I would like to maybe take a step back and connect a little bit what Pedro has mentioned in his opening speech, also to a little bit with what we discussed in the previous session that Leonardo has moderated, because we talked before about the future of the energy systems, and in this context, and in order to connect the two topics together, I would like to hear from Lucas and Anthony as well. What do you think then are the role of, or you see as the role of hydrogen, and the role in Anthony's case of biogas in the future of the energy systems? We talk about the driving here in the title, but are they going to be the driver's seat? What do you think? Maybe we can start with you,
Sure.
Lucas.
Thank you, and thank you for the introduction. I think maybe to try to use an image, I don't think that the hydrogen sector should be in the driving seat of the energy transition. I think the hydrogen sector should be, with many other actors, part of a group that decide to get in the direction of our massive recalibration of our energy production, transport and use. And I think from an EU policy perspective, it's very clear the role of hydrogen will be to be the energy carrier for about 10% of our final energy consumption in 2050 for hard-to-abate sectors. I mean, we're talking about certain industry processes, we're talking about maritime transport, we're talking about aviation. I think that's, I can keep it short and expand if you want, but I think that's the very clear role for hydrogen, and there are many challenges that come with it, and we can discuss that.
So targeting indeed to the sectors in particular, no? Is that a little bit, yeah?
Absolutely. I mean, I think that hydrogen is a very precious commodity that should be used where it does the job best. We need to be energy efficient, we need to be circular, we need to electrify what we can, and then there is a certain part of our economy that we will not be able to decarbonize, and without hydrogen, because we need a molecule, because it's not really, because biogas or biomethane cannot do the trick sometimes, and that's where we really need hydrogen.
Thanks, Lucas. And then Anthony?
Yes, thank you. Thank you again for inviting the European Biogas Association. Just a few words to set the scene in terms of potential. We often start with the potential. There have been several assessments of the short to long-term potential of biomethane production, and the findings are that we can reasonably achieve around 10% of natural gas consumption on medium term, and go at least to 30% by 2050, depending on the decrease in natural gas consumption, of course. So this, in figures of volumes, this is about 35 BCM medium term 2030, up to 150 BCM on the long term, and this is based only on the availability of sustainable feedstock. So we believe this is a major opportunity for Europe to both move towards its climate objectives, of course, but move forward in its energy security agenda. In terms of sectors, before EBA would not take position on the end-use sector, we promote the use of biogases in all sectors. However, we have also to take into account the EU legislation that has been adopted in the past 2 years, the Fit for 55 package, which set regulatory drivers that are quite significant for the use of biomethane in maritime transport. On one hand, and maybe on the longer term in heavy industry, including the EU ETS sector. So this does not exclude other uses, of course, in residential heating or heavy the road transport, and to some extent this will continue probably depending also on national specificities. So some national support schemes and demand incentives may drive still biomethane to other sectors than maritime or EU ETS.
Thanks, Anthony. So we've painted a little bit the picture of how these different energy carriers will the role that they are going to have in the energy sector, and also indeed maintaining the role of gas in providing this flexibility. Now let's move then to the key question that really brings us here. Like, what are the challenges in achieving decarbonization in the EU gas sector? I think Pedro said something very important, that it is mandatory to achieve this decarbonization. And we wanted to hear the thoughts from the audience, and I believe that we have a clear winner. We see the high cost and the uncertain infrastructure needs in order to scale up hydrogen production and distribution as the clear winner. Yeah, I see it's 63% of our viewers that voted on that. Then we see as a second option, with a 25% of the votes, a quarter of you saying the slow progress in fully electrifying hard-to-abate sectors like heavy industry and transportation is the most significant challenge, followed by a 12% who decided on the need to balance biomethane and other biogases with declining gas demand while maintaining infrastructure. I would like to hear your thoughts on this, on the views that the audience have said. I don't know, Pedro, which thoughts does this answer spark to you? Would you have voted the same, maybe?
Well, I have difficulty in reading the answers there, But I can say that, as said previously by one of the speakers, yeah, the net zero at 2050 has to be achieved in a clever way, using all the solutions that are available. We have to take that into account. I think that the way how the legal framework, the European legal framework is foreseen, shows us the pathway. So we started with the globalization. So virtual storage in a way, cross-border trade is an interconnections provide us having access to a virtual storage, changing excess of energy and importing deficits of energy. So it's a virtual storage, a cheaper one. And so this was done with the first and the second and the third package, and in gas and in electricity. Then we have the electricity package in 2018, the clean energy package. We were looking for the local level. A lot of flexibility is in local level. It's storage at demand side. We have to unlock that. And so the rules and the legal framework was set there. And then we had the Green Deal and the decarbonization package. If we really are committed to achieve net zero, we have to look to the circular economy. We have to monetize our waste using bioenergy and using these molecules, these decarbonized molecules, in a clever way, because they are expensive. So we have to offer them into the hard-to-abate sectors. And for hydrogen, of course, we, in a decarbonized society in 2050, when we talk about flexibility, we have to address the several dimensions. Short-term flexibility is easier because the cost of flexibility depends on not on the power. In first session, we talk about a lot of power for batteries. But the cost of it depends on the reservoir, on the energy that you can store and save there. And when you are looking to short-term flexibility, day to night, or weekends to work days, the storage that you need is smaller, so the cost of it is smaller, and you can monetize it all 365 days in the year. So they are viable. But when you look to long-term storage and medium-term storage, you need density. You cannot manage that with batteries. We have to have access to dense energy. We have to have access to molecules. So, and the hydrogen is the opportunity. But we have to wait for the price, for how the costs evolve, and using it in a clever way, trying to setting the rules, trying to reduce all the entry barriers in order that the system really happen, and that when it's really, you will need it to achieve the net zero.
And that's why we have Lucas with us. Indeed, I would like you also to comment on the results, because precisely the high costs and the infrastructure issues is, I guess, one of the things that keeps you quite busy, isn't it?
That's right. Maybe actually at the moment less than in my previous job, because I was in charge of the first PCI PMI list for hydrogen, so I was looking quite in detail at infrastructure questions. And maybe just continuing to on what Pedro said, I think the cost question, and I mean, maybe you would like to split the question into one is the cost and maybe the other the uncertainty. The cost question is I think crucial. I mean, we are in hydrogen in a trajectory where at the moment it is clearly not yet cost competitive with fossil fuel alternatives. For me, it was quite reassuring to read that in the recent hydrogen review by 2024 by the International Energy Agency, they actually expect that a significant share of hydrogen, of renewable and low carbon hydrogen by 2030 will be cost competitive with its fossil fuel alternatives, and the rest will still have a market green premium between $1 and $3. Simply to say, I think today with a CO2 price that is not high enough and the need for very high subsidies as an alternative, there is still a huge challenge. But I think we are on a trajectory in a certain direction, and we need to bridge that with the appropriate policy measures. And I think we are in the last years, next to solving the energy crisis together with the member states and the regulators and all, I think we've done a lot in terms of putting in place a regulatory framework for hydrogen. So I think the certainty, as you said it, Pedro, I think we have tried to put in place at the EU level. And I think we also have quite some good news on the hydrogen sector. We are the region with the biggest number of planned projects. We have already significant number of projects in FID and so on. We can talk about the details. But speaking about the framework that we've put in place, I think we have now clear rules for joint planning across the EU. I mean, at EU, national, subnational level, we have clear rules on what is actually low carbon or renewable hydrogen. Low carbon still to be finalized, but we're on the way there. So I think now for us, there's really a lot of work on implementation. That will really be the focus in the next years. And member states need to implement, and they still have time to do so with the help of the regulators, the rules that we've put on the table. And I think that will be the key challenge. And I think the framework that we have put in place offers quite some possibilities to address the challenges that we see.
Thanks, Lucas. And Antonio, so then from your perspective, what do you think then is the main challenge when it comes to decarbonizing the gas sector? I don't know if we could maybe even have the answers to the poll again on screen, and so that you can comment on that, but also from the perspective of the plans for and the future for biogas, what do you think that is the biggest challenge, the biggest bottleneck?
Yes, thanks. I would like to highlight the infrastructure part, and the advantage of biomethane is that we utilize the existing gas infrastructure, distribution, transport, storage, etc. So that's quite significant, and it's true that there is the cost for grid connection, and sometimes grid reinforcements at local level, but the scale of investment in those parts of the grids are, I believe, based on the French case, nothing to compare with the investment that grid operators will have to do in safety or renewal of the grid. The French regulator did some very interesting work, I think, last year about that. High cost, well, that's indeed a challenge for biomethane, even though we are today the most competitive renewable gas, but indeed compared to natural gas, this is still a challenge. So there are several pathways for cost reduction. I would say I would highlight two big areas. First is the availability of biomethane. So availability in large sense. So we need. There are still some EU countries where there is no right to injection. So we want to make sure that project developers have access to the grid, because access to the grid in most cases is access to the market. And second, availability cross-border. There are still barriers to cross-border trade of biomethane. We have a single market for natural gas. We know how to move molecules from a country to another. For biomethane, there is the green attributes that go with it, and there are barriers for traders and consumers to procure biomethane across border, and this is a hindrance to scaling up the volumes that are available for the market. And then that's and then the demand drivers. This is an area that maybe it's outside the scope of regulators, but for end users, for corporate users to use biomethane, whatever the sector, they need to have a recognition for their decarbonization strategy. So can they make sure? Can they be sure that biomethane will be rewarded and that it will be recognized as a zero emission or low emission fuel for their sustainability reporting? And there, that's really a problem, because they often use an international framework that is called the GHG protocol, but that protocol does not recognize the certificates that we use in Europe for trading biomethane. So just to highlight a few big areas.
Thanks a lot for these responses. I think we've highlighted a lot of topics that we could pick up on, from the regulatory context to the question of of pricing, the question of infrastructure. We'll see how much of it we can get in the 25 minutes to go that we have. But I would also like to remind the audience that you'll still have the chance to ask questions to our panelists using the same QR code, the same address as we have been using before. So we will try to get as many questions as possible. We might be able to already get them as they come. So I would like to encourage everyone to keep your questions coming, and we will try to take as many as possible throughout the session. I would say let's dive deeper a little bit into the question of the regulatory context as well, and because we've seen a lot of changes happening in the past few years in the context of the energy transition, in the context of the European Green Deal. So I would maybe like to start by asking Pedro, how do you think then that the current regulatory framework is fit for this objective of decarbonization of the gas sector? We saw the decarbonized gases package and all that. So what are the key regulatory challenges that you see in the transition from the phase out of gas to a mature hydrogen sector? What are your thoughts on that?
We know that these new technologies on gases, decarbonized gases, face more difficulties to entry to the market when compared with other renewable technology based on power, on electricity. Because you can easily mix the electrons and you have huge difficulties in terms of interoperability to mix the molecules. So you need really, and in the paper that was addressed in the first session, we are committed to reduce all those entry barriers. And I have to highlight, perhaps this is the justification why the decarbonization of the gas sector came later in the process. There is really more challenges there. But we are committed in terms of regulatory framework to reduce all the entry barriers. And it's important to address that without regulators, without the proper regulatory framework, nothing will happen in terms of energy transition. So I think we have to be aware that those markets with grids are based on methodologies that those methodologies, those rules, they are enablers. They are leveraging the market and the energy transition. So we need, I think this is something important. Without the regulatory framework, without the legal framework, approved nowadays by the decarbonization package, and then the transposition to each of the members, and the adaptation of the codes done by national authorities, it will be quite difficult to decarbonize the gas sector, and we are committed to do that. Then, regarding the decarbonization package, I think it's we regulators started discussion 5 years ago. We call it the FROG, the future role of gas, and then we have several policy papers. One on long-term storage, because the decarbonization of gas is well aligned with the long-term flexibility. So we have a policy paper on addressing that issue, and I have to say that we use those papers to exercise some advocacy in terms of trying to find alignments between us, and then also trying to spread the message in order to contribute to the construction of the legal framework. We have done that. Also our hydrogen policy paper, and also I have to say the power to gas, which is the blending. So the decarbonization package indeed foresees the blending, so using the current natural gas infrastructure, but decarbonizing it, mixing molecules there, and then also sets the rules for a new energy carrier, and how can we ease the process in terms of repurposing some of our gas assets in order to be used in this new energy carrier. And the rules are there. and the regulatory governance is there. This is, and it's important to highlight that it was set taking into account the lessons that we learned from the electricity and gas sector, because when we start regulating those sectors, well, the industry was already there, and so the regulation impacted in this industry, and we have to compensate during several years the property rights of the pioneers, of the ones that started the business on electricity and gas. And here in hydrogen, we are trying to learn with that and trying to setting the rules before the industry being there. It's quite difficult, but we have done a lot. We have done this exercise involving everybody, and I think we succeeded indeed in the approval of this decarbonization package. And I think, the ingredients are there in order to decarbonize now the gas sector.
Thanks a lot, Pedro. Then bringing back Lucas to the discussion, I would maybe want to hear your thoughts on what Pedro has said, and also like putting things also into context. The European Commission has set quite ambitious green hydrogen targets, and targets that also the European Court of Auditors recently put into question. So I'm just wondering, first of all, where are we in terms of achieving these objectives, and to which extent do we see that are going to be feasible? And what do you think we can also learn, or what has the Commission taken out of the European Court of Auditors message and recommendations?
Thank you. I mean, maybe indeed following up on what Pedro said, you referred to targets that were set at the time of the hydrogen strategy in 2020, but I think targets are only one side of the medal. The other is then to actually put in place a framework, and that also relates to the question that we see here on screen, putting in place a framework that actually makes it possible to upscale a sector, considering the typical triangle of EU policy making of social aspects, of economic aspects, and of sustainability considerations. And I would argue that this is something that we have achieved. I mean, the legislators have achieved with the decarbonization package that we now see and that is now being implemented. Regarding the targets, yes, the Court of Auditors criticized that the targets that were put, they called it targets. I would like to rephrase them into aspirational targets in the Repower EU communication, were very ambitious. But I think they need to be read against the background of the Russian aggression on Ukraine and the desire of the Commission to show what can the contribution of hydrogen be to becoming independent of fossil fuel imports, notably from Russia. And for us, the objective of upscaling renewable and low carbon hydrogen remains, of course. But for us, the next point of reference are, of course, the legally binding targets that we have now in the framework for hydrogen. And those of you that follow the processes will recall that the proposal of the Commission for renewable hydrogen targets in industry and transport was actually more ambitious than what was in the end agreed. We are now talking about something between 3 and 6 million tons of hydrogen by 2030 as a result of the binding hydrogen targets in industry and transport. Where are we today? Well, we are not yet on track, that I can tell you. I mean, if you ask the International Energy Agency, overall in the world, hydrogen spending has to multiply by 6 per year compared to what the world spent in 2023. The situation, as I said, in the EU is encouraging in the sense that we are a leading region when it comes to projects that have reached FID, when it comes to the number. We've had very good results also for the European Hydrogen Bank auction on renewable hydrogen that took place earlier this year. But by the end of 2024, we will be still below 1 gigawatt of electrolyzer capacity in the EU. So we are not yet where we want to be.
Thanks a lot, Lucas. And then Anthony, also from the biogas perspective, with the regulatory changes that have occurred in the past few years, how do you think then that these are incentivizing the uptake, scalability of biogas? How do you evaluate the regulatory framework as it currently stands?
So First, I would say there's been a lot of changes in the EU framework in the past few years. So the focus should be on implementation by the member states and the regulators, and to keep the framework rather stable because it affects the drivers, the price signals for the markets. So implementation of the gas package, since I'm in the room of regulators, I want to highlight this again. We need fast implementation of the right to injection that is put in the gas package, and smart implementation of the gas grid planning provisions. RED 3, yes, stable framework for the future can be improved. The targets on RFNBO in industry, I think, should have been and could be in the future enlarged to all renewable gases. That would include biogases, of course. And yeah, RED 3 provides, let's say, some incentives to use biomethane in the transport sector, based on the low carbon intensity of biomethane. So we see a trend in the future. So I talked about maritime transport, but on the short term, we also see some space for biomethane in the road transport markets based on those incentives. So that's for the past changes and future implementation. Yeah, I don't know where you want to go after.
Well, yeah. I mean, what else do you think? There's some missing pieces of the puzzle. This is also a little bit in terms of the regulatory framework. What do you see?
Yes. So enlarging the target of RFNBOs to renewable gases, that's in the red. I mentioned cross-border trade. I think we need a kind of biomethane package, or at least strong initiatives under the future Clean Industrial Deal to remove all the technical barriers to trade of biomethane within Europe and also with neighboring countries. I'm thinking of UK. So that's a very important, critical, I would say, regulatory need.
Thank you. Then let me pick up on the question on cross-border trade and cross-border cooperation, because I'll ask a little bit more in detail also about biogas. But going back to the hydrogen part, we're having this discussion about whether we move forward with more perhaps the hydrogen valley concept versus some of the more kind of like pan-European and like cross-border infrastructure. What are your thoughts on that? And then in that case, then how can we incentivize indeed this kind of cross-border cooperation, cross-border infrastructure, cross-border trade? I would like to hear your thoughts on that, and then maybe we can pick up on one or the two questions coming from the audience. So in the meantime, everyone, please keep them coming. Maybe we can start with you, Lucas, because I think you also wanted to add something on the previous discussion.
Yeah, thank you. Well, maybe to still complement your question from before, where I wasn't, I think, exhaustive enough on what do we actually take from the criticism of the Court of Auditors. I think the auditors' report was a useful reality check on where we are, but I think we are simply not yet there. We are on the way to the upscaling of a market that is still very nascent, and there were useful recommendations from the auditors, including, for example, that we will in the next years update our hydrogen strategy, that we will work on some coordination and funding transparency with the member states. There were some aspects, but I think it is too early to say that it's now the moment to make I would say, a final judgment on where we are now that member states have not even, or hardly implemented the rules of the different pieces of legislation that we have put on the table. And then coming back to your infrastructure question, I think what we have said in the hydrogen strategy from 2020 still holds true. Hydrogen, as it's also used today, is very local in its consumption and production, and we will probably also see that still for the next years in upscaling the low carbon and renewable hydrogen. But we expect that in the early 2030s, hydrogen will become a more trans-European product. As a proof of that, if you have had a look at the projects of common interest and mutual interest for hydrogen, we're talking about 20,000 kilometers of pipelines. That is more than what I would have expected in the first place, starting the work on the list. but that already gives you an idea that we are firmly convinced that there will be cross-border exchanges on hydrogen. And I think there is a lot of work already happening in some member states in sort of fleshing this grid out more. Germany is doing a lot, but Netherlands and many other member states through different also regulatory incentives. It will certainly help if we have then common approaches to hydrogen across member states. But I mean, there is a lot happening in regulators. I think can and should be at the forefront, notably also when it comes to joint reflections on hydrogen, natural gas, on decommissioning and repurposing.
Thanks, Lucas. Pedro, from your perspective, because I mean, in the case of Portugal, the amount of cross-border exchange that you can do is quite limited. I'm Spanish, so I know a thing or two about that. But how do you see then let's say, the EU hydrogen backbone or infrastructure coming together overall?
Yeah, indeed, we see that there are two approaches, as you mentioned. So one is a top-down approach, where big grids are, hydrogen grids are foreseen to deliver power that is as price is very low, namely in the geographies you have sun, to the north of Europe. And the way to transport it is through the form of molecules, and hydrogen is there. So this is the top-down perspective. And then the bottom-up perspective is has a different approach, using hydrogen valleys, local industry communities, where the hydrogen market is already there. And but of course they are using hydrogen molecules from gas, natural gas, and then so it's the way to, under this community, trying to decarbonize this hydrogen. You have already the market there, but there are a lot of uncertainties regarding these two perspectives, and the uncertainty is related to, you have in a way to come with the grid and to come with demand and with supply at the same time. So you have to manage these risks and this uncertainty. And perhaps the more appropriate way to manage this uncertainty is through the hydrogen valleys. And the decarbonization package foresees also that during this transitory period, you can do it without, with a regulatory framework, a soft regulatory framework, without imposing unbundling. Because unbundling creates some difficulties in terms of managing this marriage. So and the hydrogen valley is a solution to ensure the development of the hydrogen at least costs, trying to minimize these mismatches between these three dimensions that you need to become ready at the same time: demand, supply, and grid. And also storage, you need flexibility there. And the proper way perhaps is that, and then, of course, the backbone will come connecting these hydrogen valleys. It was like that as I remember, electricity started with power valleys. And then, of course, we had the development after having those valleys working. Then we start connecting them and offering power to everybody. And I think this will be it will happen naturally, but the rules are there. Those two perspectives are there. Let's see how they evolve.
Definitely. And Anthony, then how do you think that EU policymakers can incentivize this cross-border trade of biogas? Is there something that they can do about it? What can you?
You're talking about biomethane?
Yes.
Because but I could give some words also on hydrogen. We traditionally think of biomethane sector as completely separate from the hydrogen sector. I would say it's not true. Our sector can provide what we call biohydrogen, so it's biogas turned into hydrogen whenever there is H2 off-taker that would be interested, and also e-methane production, so combining renewable hydrogen with biogenic CO2 producing e-methane. So these two business cases, I think, should be explored in the future and should be included in the thinking around hydrogen valleys. So include our sector into this reflection and not work in silos. I think that would be interesting. Maybe this would end up in new opportunities for low H2 or e-methane consumption for industries in those clusters. So when it comes to cross-border trade of biomethane, this is my favorite topic. You noticed, I think, because I work on it. So there are several building blocks that we have to go through before achieving a single market for biomethane. First, harmonization of the requirements that member states put for their support scheme. So harmonization of the documentation requirements in member states. First, we need a single interfaces to move those certificates from a country to another country. Today, it's not the case. And maybe in the revision of the RED 3 before 2030, that's a suggestion, moving towards a single trade instrument. Why single trade instrument? Because today there are mainly two certificates used in Europe for biomethane, and we have to think whether it would just be simpler for the market and traceability to have just one single instrument. That's very, very large outline of what could be done.
Thanks, and I like that you brought this perspective indeed, that we should not necessarily address this discussion in silos, that there's a lot of potential for cooperation. We have little time left, but there is one question that stands out from the audience we see, and it's quite let's say quite a deep question, may I say, because they're asking, how can policymakers balance the need for rapid decarbonization with economic competitiveness in industries depending on fossil fuels, while ensuring equitable access to green energy and minimizing socioeconomic disruptions in regions relying on traditional energy sectors? Whoever has the answer to this question has already solved the energy transition. But Lucas already hinted some points on this answer. Would anybody want to add something on this? Sparked any thoughts? Who would like to go?
No, but I think part of the answer is the carbon price that we will have in the coming years. So we've got reform of the EU ETS extended to maritime sector. Perhaps EU ETS 2 will be indeed implemented by end of this decade. So we have to assess how much the carbon price will improve the competitiveness of renewable gases. And that could be part of the answer to get the response to this question. If you want to have a take.
Well, I think this what we hear from the three sessions are really the answer to the question. So we have, and we have to, really, I'm optimistic about that. And about the alignment between decarbonization and the competitiveness, economic competitiveness. We see nowadays, for instance, that you put investment in the field, you put a solar panel, and the cost of that capital is lower than the cost of the fossil fuel you avoid. So you are putting investment in the field, and you are reducing the invoices to all our consumers. So this is positive. There is an alignment. This represents really a change between in the past. We are not yet observing that this reduction of costs is passing to consumers because we have a huge overcost of investment made in the past in order to ensure the development of renewable generation. But now it happened. And we are seeing that also on storage. We see nowadays that storage for 4 hours achieve grid parity. So houses will save money if they invest in a solar panel and put a small storage based on batteries for 4 hours. It reached grid parity, and it will go on. So I see clearly a good alignment between rapid decarbonization is happening and competitiveness. But we have a huge patrimony. I don't know if the word is that. We have a huge past. Legacy. That is jeopardizing the reflection of that into our grid prices. And so consumers indeed are not yet observing that things are happening. But the people in the sector knows that it happened. And we have to ease the wave. And I see a lot of reports that they have a different perspective, for instance, from the Draghi report, that point to this aspect and show us that we have to take this opportunity. So there is really at Europe, this is happening. There is already a decoupling between power prices and the gas prices is there. And this decoupling gives the signals, price signals, in order to start electrifying the demand that is easily electrified. And then save molecules to the hard-to-abate sectors, waiting for the developments on hydrogen to solve the big issues, the biggest challenge in terms of flexibility for the long term. And let's wait. It's rapid, but we need to wait 20 years. It's rapid, of course, in terms of energy changes, but for our time is slow. It's a very slow process. We have to be calm and wait for that.
Thank you, Pedro. I believe with this final reflection, we can wrap up this discussion, this session 2 on decarbonized gases. If I can ask for those in the room, a big round of applause for Pedro, for Anthony, and for Lucas for this conversation. I believe, there's a lot that we can take on from this discussion, a lot that we can still discuss. But I believe that we can end with this message indeed of cross-border support and cooperation. I think that's a very important signal to send out there. So thank you very much to our panelists. If I may invite you to take the seats as well. And now it's time to move to the final one of our sessions here at the CEER Annual Conference 2024, which is going to be in the role of consumers in the energy transition and how the latest legislations have been impacting consumers, looking into the evolution of consumer behavior and expectations, also the question of digitalization, data and communication, and then diving deep into the question of energy justice. So if I may invite our speakers to join me on stage. Jana will take the lectures, so you can already get prepared here. Then I would like to invite on stage, starting with the co-chair of the Consumers and Retail Markets Working Group at CEER, Nathalie McCoy. If you can join me over here, welcome. Also with us is the Deputy Head of Sustainability at BUG, the European Consumer Organization, Robin Loos. Welcome. Can take a seat here with me. And last but definitely not the least is the Deputy Head of Unit at DG Ener in the European Commission, Tyke O'Brien. Welcome. You can join me here, Tyke. So before I give the floor to CEER Vice President Jana Hasova, I would like to remind a little bit about the structure that we are using throughout the sessions. Today we would like to start by launching another poll in which we would like to hear the opinion of the audience. So we will have, once again, the QR code appearing on screen, or those of you who have already logged in, you will already have it in, the tab with you. And the question is, what do you think are the main struggles of consumers in a volatile energy market? Just respond in 1 or 2 words, and we will get the panel to discuss on that. While you are inputting your answers, and this might also serve as an inspiration, we have a short note that will set the scene for this discussion. And as mentioned, I already have ready with me the CER Vice President and the Customers and Retails Market Working Group Co-Chair, Jana Hasova. Welcome. So the floor is yours, Jana.
Thank you very much, Anna. Good afternoon, everyone. It's my great pleasure to be here today for the conference. I would like to say warm welcome to all of you here in the room and also online. My role, as it was announced, is to set the scene for the third session, which focuses on empowering consumers in the volatile energy market. When we consider the recent energy crisis, the importance of understanding the markets becomes even clearer. We witnessed unprecedented spikes in wholesale energy prices, which heavily impacted consumer bills. Having addressed these challenges, we must remain focused on the EU's long-term goal of achieving carbon neutrality by 2050. In this context, it's obvious, and it was said many times today, that rapid and bold changes are needed in the energy system. In order to navigate the path ahead effectively, it's essential to fully understand the current dynamics of energy retail markets today, but also examine what is needed for tomorrow in terms of decarbonization and consumer protection and empowerment. Our recently published reports play an important role in this regard, providing data and insights necessary for informed decision-making. Let me introduce the key messages from our recently published reports. First, as Annegret announced at the beginning of today's conference, the report Beyond the Crisis, Consumer Protection and Market Measures for Better Functioning Markets, which focuses on the national measures that were implemented across Europe to address the challenges posed by the energy crisis to consumers and market participants. Next, I will share with you a few remarks on the annual monitoring exercise undertaken jointly by CEER and CEER, the 2024 Market Monitoring Report on Energy Retail and Consumer Protection. The theme of this year's report was active consumer participation is key to driving the energy transition. How can it happen? The energy crisis led to significant disruptions, prompting the adoption of various measures to protect consumers and maintain market stability. The European Commission swiftly responded with the Repower EU plan and emergency measures, which provided support in tackling the crisis. While some countries leveraged pre-existing mechanisms, others introduced innovative solutions that not only mitigated the crisis, but also influenced subsequent EU legislative changes, particularly in prudential regulation. The CEER report Beyond the Crisis, Consumer Protection and Market Measures for Better Functioning Markets, examines these measures and reflects on the lessons learned. The report identifies 7 key issues that emerged during the crisis, such as unlocking energy efficiency and demand response to all consumers, adapting to evolving consumer behaviors, enhancing understandability in suppliers' communication, increasing accuracy and transparency of termination fees, reinforcing suppliers' reliability through prudential regulation, addressing energy poverty and vulnerability, and improving energy efficiency measures for vulnerable and energy poor. The report presents 14 recommendations aimed at improving consumer protection and engagement in the energy markets. All these recommendations are supported by case studies that show how different countries approached similar challenges, highlighting the need for solutions that consider national context and specificities. The second report, CEER 2024 Market Monitoring Report on Energy Retail and Consumer Protection, was published just 2 weeks ago and provides a detailed analysis of Europe's retail energy markets. It offers key insights into the challenges and opportunities as we transition our energy systems. This year's theme, active consumer participation is key to driving the energy transition. How can it happen? Emphasizes that the clean transition will not succeed without two critical components: power system flexibility and active participation of energy consumers. The report demonstrates that retail markets can play a pivotal role as providers of flexibility. Unlocking more flexible retail consumption is not just crucial for the success of the energy transition, it also provides opportunities for consumers to benefit from lower energy prices and to have greater control over their energy usage. However, the report also highlights several challenges that need to be addressed: slow smart meter adoption across member states, increased price volatility, the dominance of fixed price contracts. And it also states that member states' price interventions hinder flexibility. We as regulators believe it's vital to prioritize demand-side response frameworks, incentivize efficient grid use, and accelerate the rollout of smart meters. Lastly, I would like to note that dynamic pricing and flexible contracts are the key to empowering consumers to actively participate in this transformation. However, for this to succeed, consumers must be informed and incentivized. It's also crucial that member states, regulators, and suppliers work together to ensure consumers understand the benefits and potential drawbacks of flexible energy consumption, while also providing the right incentives to encourage their participation. Recognizing the significant advantages that flexibility can bring will be essential in driving this change. These solutions, decentralization, self-consumption, flexibility, will in themselves help to shield consumers from the volatility we saw in the crisis. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Jana Hasova for setting the scene indeed very nicely on the regulator's point of view and some of the key challenges that we are going to be talking about in this discussion. So I would like to start with taking a look at the results of the poll. We asked our audience what they think are the main struggles for consumers in a volatile energy market, and we have this word cloud with many different answers, and I don't see like any in particular standing out. So it seems that there's like really like many of them, and like quite a diversity of opinions, from costs or high costs. I see the lack of information, right? Understanding prices, which I guess is also related to costs, involvement, knowledge, pricing mechanisms. I see again. Right. So there's a few of them that can be paired together. So I would like to maybe start with a first round of reactions to see, do these results surprise you? How does this chime in with what you discuss with among your colleagues and counterparts and stakeholders? Maybe can we start with you, Robin, also representing the consumer organizations?
Yeah, thank you. It's interesting, right? Energy is one of these sectors that is complex to understand. It shows it quite clearly here. I have the chance also to work on transport issues, and we have kind of the same vibes, which makes me think sometimes that while we are here talking about future solutions, some futuristic solutions, sometimes it's good to go back to basics, right? And I'm not critic vis-a-vis the future. The future is here. We can already do so much more, right? But there's a lot of enablers already that must be met. And I think that's the main message I would have throughout my intervention. Can we help consumers understand price? Can we give them the proper information? Can we help them tackle the high cost? And when we sell them this idea of flexibility, can we make it happen today? Why here in Brussels can't I install a smart meter? Why don't I have dynamic contracts already? Small stuff that are easy to grasp, whose concept are easy to grasp but are not yet available. Let's start back with the basics, I think.
And this is really, really interesting because I recently was having a conversation with someone who was also in the energy sector, someone who is an actual expert as well on retail markets. And he was like, even I sometimes struggle to understand my energy bills or like choose the best provider. So yeah, I think indeed the question of information and like grasping the concepts and making them understandable, that's a big problem. Natalie, what do you think of these results? Anything that stands out to you?
I think the two themes are very clear, you know, around cost and affordability and information, knowledge and understandability. And this is something that as regulators in CEER, we have repeated over years. I guess I'll do a little publicity and plug our vision for energy consumers and the key principles, the ASPIRE principles. And they really come back, in fact, you know, to these main themes, affordability, simplicity, so helping people to understand things, protecting them from this complexity and helping them engage. Inclusiveness for those who are less enabled to follow all of these different issues. Reliability, that the service you have is there, that you can trust what you're sold and what you're provided, and of course the empowerment angle. So our ASPIRE principles, I think, are our attempt to respond to these very core concerns that we all have. You know, can I afford it? And how does it fit into my household expenses? And do I understand all the different options and the different details, not only in the bill, but also in the different offers? And especially now when you have lots of services and renewable and green and all the different types of labels that you can have for energy. So for me, not surprising. I think it reinforces and confirms the efforts also through the Commission legislation proposals and how we can respond to these very, you know, core concerns that we have as citizens.
Thank you, Natalie. And then Taik, because I think a lot of the legislation that the Commission has put forward in recent years has been exactly aimed at addressing many of these challenges. What can you tell us about that?
So, a couple of things. First of all, it's always good when you see other people have similar reflections to you. That means you haven't gone off completely on the wrong path. You have to be a little bit careful of groupthink. Looks like we're all identifying more or less the correct set of issues. I wanted to also compliment, and very happy to have the market monitoring report that came out. So just before I came here, I was briefing the Vice President designate and the Commissioner designate on affordability, and it was good to be able to refer so clearly to such good, comprehensive documents that again go right to these kinds of issues. So I think what we are looking at now as Commission, and you will have seen that we have to have a citizens' energy package. We have to have. Our Commissioner designate has been requested to develop a citizens' energy package, and I think what you really see in the next number of years is the sense of the legislative provisions that have been put in place now with the clean energy package and with the electricity market design and with the reform of the gas markets, is that they will come to the forefront, and that there's an understanding then that we have to put consumers not so much at the heart of the transition. Is remember, why are we doing all of this? You know, we don't want flexibility. So the consumers, you must deliver flexibility for the system. We want flexibility in the system so the whole system works to deliver energy at the lowest cost to consumers. And we want to offer consumers something that they need and they can benefit from. And that's going to be, I think, what you see coming across. And as we do that, we have to treat customers, consumers, citizens and communities with respect. I'm not stupid, far from it. And we see they're very capable of understanding quite complex things. But why would you expect them to sit in front of a computer screen like somebody from the Matrix going, I see a disturbance, now's the time to turn on my dishwasher? You know, so I think we have to, we'll probably go through a lot more of this in the next while, but I think we start with a sense of convenience for them, but respect for them and their ability to understand complex issues, but also they don't, when it has to be in a convenient way, they don't want to do it if it's too difficult.
Thank you, Taik. Before we dive deeper into these questions, and because I would like to open the debate on the question of the evolution of consumer behavior. Just to remind everyone in the audience that indeed you can ask questions to our panelists, as with the previous two discussions. It's the same QR code and same page and platform that we've been using until now. So the Q&A section will have already appeared. So feel free to ask any questions, to challenge our speakers as well, and we will try to already start taking questions as they come. So yeah, then let me pick up then on the question of consumer behavior. That'd be very interesting to hear from you, especially around the questions of flexibility, which we've discussed before, and consumer participation. To which extent do you think consumer behavior has evolved in the past years, thinking also in the context of the energy crises and so on? And how can we continue then helping consumers in the context of volatile energy markets that, at least for the time being, are here to stay? Maybe this time we could start with Natalie and have another round of reactions. What can you tell us?
Well, I think particularly consumer behavior has changed. It has evolved, and it's a continuous process. I think we have to be aware that we are all different and we all respond to different signals, and we all have different motivations. Cost is always a fundamental one. The pocketbook is inevitable, but there are also other factors that affect when we make choices and when we want to engage or not engage. And in some markets, and you see the different degrees of this across in the MMR, you can see as well, consumers have different offers are available, from a fixed price, stability, and don't have to think about it all, to variable prices. During the day they change, and maybe I can participate more actively, to fully dynamic, and then you can participate in a lot of these flexibility schemes and programs that we were just talking about. So things are, the industry is evolving, then the consumer response is evolving, and then that drives more industry response. So it's a virtuous circle of the market responding to the consumer and the system being prepared so that those different services can be provided. And I think that is essential, but it also has to come along with responding to the consumer's needs and to their specificities. Not everybody wants to care. Some people do like the app and they want to see and they want to engage. Other people have clever devices, or they have electric vehicles, or they have heat pumps, or they have very electrified households, or not. They're very different situations, and so the framework needs to allow for all the different solutions and all the different types of consumers. And for us as regulators, it's exactly that, making sure that our rule book allows for these different options to emerge and making it easy for the suppliers or service providers to be able to develop those services and options. And then it's up to the market, the consumers themselves, whether they take them up. But if you don't facilitate the framework, then you'll never know how people respond. But it is not easy to know exactly how people respond. That is a $1 million question, I think, for all of us.
Sure, thanks, Natalie. Robin?
Well, first of all, the question of cost is still predominant. There's a huge amount of consumers struggling to pay their electricity bills. And when I said at the beginning, going back to the basics, it's sometimes affirming that electricity is costly, energy is costly. And when support is provided, and that's my second point, consumers respond quite well to price signals. When they know they are supported, in case of a crisis, when the energy prices skyrocketed, government support was good, was needed. But then what type of incentives did we give? That's the question. Did we give the right price signals, the long-standing, the sustainable price signals to consumers? I'm not so sure. We made them clear that whatever they will pay at the pump when refueling their car, there will be help. It was needed. Was it the right message with regard to electricity price at charging stations sometimes, which was not covered in the same way? So I think that's one element, the cost element and the price signals we give. And then, yeah, it all goes back to the possibility of consumers. There's so much that has been done by the Commission, and yet we see so many opportunities missing in terms of having dynamic contracts, having the possibility to have a panel of offers that would really suit your needs, having the possibility as well to compare sometimes. It's not easy, There's some good work being done, but we know we need to dig further. And with that basis, yes, people respond positively to the fact that, you know, if you have an EV and you can use it smartly, then yes, it's great. You never go back from an EV. I've never heard anyone going back from an EV, and it's the smart use of an EV. But also from smart tools and smart apparatus they have at home. There is lots of potential. And then, depending on what you have on your plate, you can choose.
Thanks, Robin. And then with the question of pricing and going back to Taik, you've already hinted a little bit of the Commission's actions, what has been done, what is there to be done, also with the upcoming citizens' energy package that the Commissioner designate has been tasked to do. But perhaps how are then addressing this balance between affordability and volatility? I mean, there's been a significant electricity market reform that happened recently. How is this new policy framework giving consumers the tools to address that, and maybe what is there left to be done maybe in these upcoming legislative packages and so on? What can you tell us?
So, I mean, first of all, I think this is an interesting point. Is, you know, we are in the world of consumer sovereignty in the sense that people can choose for themselves, and there's no. I want to emphasize that there's no obligation upon a consumer to behave to choose a particular contract or to be flexible. We can say there's incentives and so on, but there's no obligation. And actually, you know, I'll come back to the importance of flexibility, but one of the things that was introduced with the electricity market design was the right to choose a fixed term, fixed price contract. Perhaps more importantly was the definition of what that meant, so that people knew that when they got a fixed price, fixed term contract, that's what it was, and there wasn't some small print somewhere that says, and actually we'll increase the price when we want to. And that might be the right choice for some consumers. If you are not flexible and if you've got a fixed budget, you might need to budget to do it. Now the next step is, well, what about the more complex products with flexibility built into them? And I think here there's an integration or a thing of coming together between smart appliances, households, the whole package. And that's where we have to start thinking about what do consumers want. And very few people I know really want electricity, or even gas. It's not what you want. You want a warm house. You want your products to work. So we have to think more about how is this being sold. So, and are there companies out there? And I'm not sure there are, but we had some very interesting presentations at last year's Citizens Energy Forum held in Dublin about the innovation that was coming along this in the realm of contracts, about how people could be getting certainty while providing flexibility to the market. And that's where a company truly is coming along as an intermediary between the two markets. Now we see interesting things happening. Not enough, I would say. I think people have heard me be quite, say, well, you know, we want to see a bit more innovation than dual fuel contracts after 30 years of liberalisation, but maybe I think now we're seeing it. So now the question is, how are we going to make sure that happens? And here we come back to the issue of protection. People won't take up contracts if they are afraid they're going to get ripped off. And people are afraid they're going to get ripped off. There's a lot of people out there that say, well, if I sign up to that, I don't understand, it's a little bit complex. This works, I know. How do I know I'm protected? And I think that's one of our roles in the Commission, but also among the regulators, among BEO, is to give people the confidence to say, actually, I can not just understand it, but be confident that the system will work and deliver for me. They can do it in other ways too. For example, the possibility of energy communities where you are essentially bringing this problem in-house with a community of people who trust each other instead of having to trust an external company. That's one way. We see great possibilities from energy communities, but it's no obligation on anybody to join one. And finally, and I think this is an important point, is we have to really look at how those who are vulnerable, who are most perhaps often disengaged from the market because they've got so much other things to look about, have sort of financial means, but also and the time that it takes to get this energy, to make sure that they are included as well. So the energy poor and vulnerable are an important part of this transition, and to enable them to be able to participate fully in the transition, whether it's through energy communities or whether it's through other means. I think we have to remember all segments and not just get lost on the early adopters or even the great mass of people, but all sectors of the thing. I mean, we can talk more about the building blocks of that.
Thank you. I saw both of you nodding as well, so I don't know if there's something in particular you would like to respond to what the other panelists have said.
If
Yeah,
I may,
Robin.
it's taking back to the confidence of consumers in what they pay or the contract they enter to. Sometimes it's about what is in the price. And then the price of electricity is really hard to grasp. What is in there, actually? We had a meeting with our energy experts, members from different countries in Europe. And one of them mentioned that the public TV was paid as part of the energy bill of consumers. How is that related, and how is that understandable? Why are there so many taxes and levies put in there with a purpose that is purely budgetary sometimes? So I think that's part also of the what is the offer, but what is actually in the price. There's so much more to be done to make it clear. That's of course pre-contractual information, but also make it simpler and making less heavy as it is today.
Thank you. And maybe Natalie, to wrap up this first point of the discussion from also a regulatory perspective, how can then how do you think this volatility can be addressed? What information, which support can markets, regulatory authorities, the regulatory framework provide?
Well, I think the volatility question has kind of been behind the entire day's discussions and in the first sessions, flexibility, decarbonization, they're very powerful tools to help reduce volatility. So the faster we decarbonize, the more renewables we have, the more prices can go down and people can have less peaks, high price peaks and spikes. And so I think the more we can reduce our dependence on some of these other fuels, we can also help address the volatility. But the flexibility, having self-consumption, having energy communities, having other options to source your energy needs is also very important to help to reduce the volatility. Now, I think sometimes we talk about electricity, we talk about gas and markets and so on, and that's very important. But we also have to remember what we're using the energy for. And sometimes that means looking beyond just regulation and markets themselves. It means understanding where the consumption is going. And I think the latest statistics are about 80% of a household's energy consumption overall is for heating and heating their home and heating their water. So it's not even for the lights, it's not for the TV, and it's not for your EV yet, but it's really about heating. So what does that mean? That means we need broader policies about energy efficiency, about buildings, about decarbonizing and reducing the bill for heating. So we need to think about this in a fuller sense, and I think it goes beyond regulation. But from the perspective of regulators, what can we do? Well, one key thing is setting the rules for the relationships between all the different market actors. So that consumers can have that trust, that confidence, that there's order and justice and recourse in case something goes wrong, and that the regulators have defined the rules and there's responsibility and consequence. The other thing is as well to communicate. It's not just information, it's explanation. So the dialogue aspect. So it's really important for us as regulators as well to do more in that, and it includes many of us run comparison tools at national level. Not all regulators have that job, but many of us do. And so it's making sure that the information there is clear, reliable, up to date. And that's for whatever comparison tool your consumer chooses to use. So those kind of issues really contribute to, I think, the market working, consumers believing in it, and ultimately trying to manage the volatility and offer consumers choice.
Thank you. Maybe I would like to already start taking some questions from the audience, because we're getting many of them. And maybe the first one is how to bring the benefits of low marginal cost renewables to consumers if they continue to pay the electricity price of the most expensive power unit. I believe this is also like one of those $1 million questions, but who would like to take this question? Maybe
Yeah, I think.
Take?
Yeah, I mean, we had this was a very live discussion during the crisis, and so I'll give an answer in two parts. So first of all, we looked at it, and we being the European Union, the member states, the Parliament together, and so we see a large part of the answer in the electricity market design that comes out of it. And the answer is not to focus overly on the difficult question of the short term, the marginal cost, the volatility, but to see through in some ways to help people, allow consumers, support consumers to see through that and see through the longer term benefits of renewables. And you won't, at least normally, you won't be getting their marginal cost zero. You'll have to pay for their long run average costs. Things have to pay for themselves in the end. And then we look what are the ways that we can do that. And essentially what you have is there's 3 ways set out in the electricity market design. The first way is one is through having power purchase agreements or through the fixed term, fixed price contracts way, where it's on the market, where you put in consumers and suppliers and generators together to come to an agreement based on those longer term costs. So it's a classic market arrangement. And that has a very important role to play, and hopefully an increasing role to play as renewables become more cost competitive. And I think we can see that. And the second way, of course, this has led to a lot of discussion, sometimes very heated, but insofar as we're still supporting renewables, what was happening sometimes before the crisis, where we supported renewables for years, and the people who got that support when prices went up, they got all the extra money. So it's sort of a one-way bet, and great if you could get it. I mean, and there was measures that had to be taken to address that particular concern, but the whole framework of what are called contract for differences, which is just really a structure for how you give support to renewables, that means that while you support them when the prices are low, they will give that money back when the prices are high. And that is now how you must structure your support. So those are the 2 ways. First way. The third way, and we've hinted at it already, is you bypass that normal market arrangement and you take control of your own energy consumption. And here you can do it most simply by putting solar panels on your roof, or you can do it by joining an energy community or engaging in energy sharing. And they all sit within the framework. Now, what we have to look at is how we bring those 3, 4 things together. And finally, of course, we mentioned flexibility. I want to come back to that. It is part of how you mitigate this. And maybe this isn't the place to talk about it. I know there's people in the audience who really know it. You have to think, when you have flexibility, when you have storage, when you have all these things on a wholesale market, what we've learned, what a lot of people had to learn about short-run marginal cost pricing, and we think we're all very clever for having to do it, starts to disappear and become less important. We have to learn about new market models for how you do that with storage. How do you manage these kind of things? What kind of models do you have of wholesale markets, and what does that mean for your retail market? But there we're in a longer and more complicated discussion that's going to become more important, and I'm not sure we're going to have the answers in the next 5 years, but we're going to start to see very clear questions in the next 5 years about how we go forward in that.
Definitely. I would like maybe, because we have just about 20 minutes to go, to move to the next section of our conversation, which is the questions around digitalization, about data, about communications, and ultimately about trust, I believe, from consumers as well. We saw back in the poll that one of the challenges highlighted in terms of what consumers find is the lack of information, the lack of participation. And this is where digitalization, apps, smart meters, etc., can provide opportunities. So maybe Sam, I'd like to start with Robin and ask you, what do you think is consumers' behavior, attitude, or maybe awareness towards these technologies? Is it straightforward for them? Is it? How do you feel? How do they feel also about sharing data? What can you tell us about that?
I'll start with an example. I don't know if I said it, but I love cars. And we're running a new study on the total cost of ownership of electric cars, and we looked into V2G, so vehicle to grid, and how it can actually benefit consumers. And that's an example of the fear to engage or the barriers and how people can feel. First, you need to know what is vehicle to grid. I don't think if you ask anyone in the street, you will have a lot of concrete answers. That's the first. Then you need to look at the barriers. And the numbers we pulled out from our little experiment on vehicle to grid is that depending on where you are, where you live, and who you are, you can either lose out or actually earn money. What do we make of that? It's a complex message to carry. We know the potential of vehicle to grid, but we know also that it might not fit everyone. And there are strict barriers such as the charger's price or the mere implementation of an ISO standard that we have been discussing for I don't know how many years, 15118 for those who know. The availability of models doing that. the battery degradation. So stepping into these digital and flexibility mechanisms can also be tricky for us as consumer groups to advocate for. There's one point that is critical on the digital aspect is, of course, privacy. Privacy should not be neglected. It's something that all consumers we surveyed have explained, mentioned. If we are in such a complex environment, and if we are more plugged into what's happening on TV with robots and everything being put on the market, the idea that we have of how do we make the app and then how we make all that function can be quite tricky. So the privacy aspect shouldn't be neglected. We have strong rules at EU level, but we know that whenever digital enters a new sector, a new market, it comes with big questions. So I would also mention that. And of course, digital should serve the consumers in the sense that automation should actually relieve the consumer from thinking of everything that he would need to do to make some savings. Yeah. So these all would be the three elements that I would mention.
Thank you. And Taik, maybe if we look in particular at the rollout of smart meters, we've already seen and we've already discussed, and Jana also mentioned in her introduction, which role they have in terms of interactive and creating these flexible retail markets. What are some other reasons that you might find for the slow rollout across member states? If so, would you see also, for instance, the same privacy concerns? Yeah, what are your thoughts on this?
So, maybe just one point. So it was a bit of a, not a shock, but it was a realization when I realized that more member states have regulated prices than have reached the 80% target for smart meters. Some of them are the same member states, by the way. So we have to think about what that says about our willingness to make changes. So then we say, well, what is it? I mean, I think there's a lot of fear of cost. I think, and regulators have been involved in sort of putting on the brakes here. Is cost. How much is this costing? And I think the costs are real and they have to be kept to a reasonable standard. And I think we have seen some examples where the costs have been very high, and maybe it would be warrant looking again at what are we buying for all this money, and is it what possible? Could that make sense? So we have to look at that. We have to look at the cost, and the sticker shock has been a point. And particularly 10 years ago when it was all started, or longer, people go, what could it be? But let's look at the other side of the benefits. And I think sometimes there's been an underappreciation of the potential benefits of smart meters. I mean, I see those benefits straight away, but sort of go, well, it'll make bills more accurate, or we won't have to read them so often, or something like that. And these are costs. But if you limit yourself to this as being the benefit of a smart meter, I'm not surprised you're going to get a negative CPA. Like, if you ignore what's actually going to happen for it. Maybe this is a bit more nebulous and hard for somebody to take into account and hard to argue for, particularly when somebody's skeptical about putting these costs onto the bill now, or seemingly to put on the bill now because they paid over a number of years. So I wanted to say one other thing here about the benefit of having a smart meter in place. When we talked to member states who are rolling out energy sharing, and some people are finding this incredibly complicated. It's like, wow, what's this? And it's head-wrecking. We talked to one member state, Denmark for what it's worth, and he said, this is easy. There's no problem. This is just a couple of little bit of programming, do a test to make sure it does what it was, but there's no big program. Why? Because we have a smart meter system here with the proper data. They've got a data hub sitting in the background, so it's not hard. And how many other things are sitting there like that if we are talking for everything else? So I think we have to be clear when we're looking at smart metering programs. It's like meters have to be replaced anyway. So we have to be clear about what the benefits are and understanding that it is a platform.
Thanks, Taik. Then maybe related to that, Natalie, how do you think then energy regulators which role can they play in supporting the modernization, these technological innovations of our retail markets?
Well, I think there are several angles. One was mentioned earlier in a different session. I think incentives, incentive regulation, where you set targets and performance targets for the distribution or transmission operators, where you get them to deliver efficiencies or deliver different levels of service, and it's you get a premium or your benefit if you perform well. So obviously, financial incentives always encourage action from different stakeholders. So incentive regulation is a very powerful tool, and that also goes back to smart meters. If you can find a way to incentivize through the regulatory framework, through the recovery of their, I'm getting geeky now, but the regulated asset base and all the financial parameters that go into the network tariffs, you can find ways to incentivize and to give the DSOs, for example, an incentive, a reason why it's worth rolling it out. And I fully agree with Tag. I think maybe when we first started the first, provisions on smart meters, you had the CBA, and at the time we hadn't even started thinking about all of these different services and flexibility and dynamic contracts and all the full range of things that, I guess, with time and experience and technology itself moving on, have now become possible. So you can look beyond just lowering people's capacity remotely to lots of other services that the claim could be provided, not just to the DSO but to the whole system. So a broader look at the benefits and a broader look at the overall long-term value of the smart meters. And that's definitely happened, and I think we see in some countries that role is important. Other things regulators can do, pilot projects. It's something that many of us do already for different types of solutions, not just smart meters, but different types of services, including energy communities. You can do things like that. So providing a safe space to experiment for the different market actors, and so that's also useful to take forward ideas and to see it and test them and help them see how consumers would benefit or be affected by the various options. And then, our overall job, I guess, is continuous monitoring. How are things actually working? What is the experience of the system, of the consumers, of the market? And be able to adjust on the basis of what we see is really happening. And that responsiveness as regulators, I think, is really important as well, to push things along and make sure we're prepared for the next level.
Maybe in relation to this, there's a question from the audience that we can already take. I guess maybe Natalie might be best positioned to answer it. Are there any collaborative settings in place between regulators and suppliers in order to give consumers transparent and clear information?
And there are probably a variety of solutions. Certainly the European level, the dialogues that we have, for example, with the citizens' energy community and various working groups that are multi-stakeholder, allows us to hear each other's perspective and experiences, and so that's always very valuable. So that's the European level. But then at national level, I think there are a variety of tools and solutions. Some regulators have focus groups, which include consumers and suppliers, so you get to see the different angles. There can also be situations of, it's more of official reporting, so requiring suppliers to give information so that you can then see how they're doing and then discuss with them performance and changes and improvements. Or years ago, there's an example from our Dutch colleagues who have double role because they're also the consumer authority as well as the energy regulator. So they did a check whether suppliers were applying all the energy protection, consumer protection rules or not, and if their frameworks were in line. And then they did a check of everybody, and they found any gaps or problems. But then they created an amnesty. Okay, we've identified you failed here, here, and here, but we'll allow you till X time to fix it. So it becomes soft power in a way, but it encourages as well change and correction. So there are lots of different mechanisms you can use, and I think we find experiences across regulatory authorities.
I'd like to highlight something that happened during the crisis when there was the joint declaration on enhanced consumer protection that was signed by CEER, by BEOC, by other stakeholders. It's a good example of the exact type of platform that's been asked about here. I think it's a very interesting thing and has led to collaborative work between us as well and the stakeholder organizations. We also found out during that process that there are similar actions, even further reaching in some member states, that really goes in terms of a commitment by market participants in terms of how they will engage with consumers, and that being brokered, for want of a better word of it, by regulators. I think there are interesting examples there that we can learn and build on.
Thank you. And Robin, want to add something as well?
That's an interesting question because that's also one of the key role of consumer organizations across Europe is to help consumers choose the right product, common purchases. But it goes sometimes a bit beyond that, and some of our members here in Belgium have notably asked the government to deep look at how the electricity prices are made of, together with a supplier lobby group. So we also work with energy providers. In the UK, we ran a behavioral study with our UK member, Citizens Advice. And these are really the stuff we're needing at the moment. Like, how do people react? How do they understand? And what would be their go-to choice if they were presented with a variety of options? I think that's an important element that should be conducted several times, of course, by us, but we also have limited means sometimes. But it's an important exercise to go through, okay, what could be done, and together with regulators, with suppliers, or directly asking consumers, what would be your choice?
Thank you. There's this one last point that I wanted to open in terms of, and the question of energy justice and support in terms of not leaving anyone behind, which was one of the big, let's say, objectives of the European Green Deal at the end of the day. And maybe I would want to launch this last point with the other question that we got from the audience, in which they ask how to make sure that different types of consumers receive different support according to their specific needs. Are the current instruments to support consumers and consumer protection targeted enough? What would you think? Who would like to kick us off with this one?
I can briefly go. It's an interesting question because inclusiveness is extremely important. That's why also I started with saying back to basics. With the rules we have in place or that have been adopted recently at EU level, it could already be so much more done to have inclusiveness being there. Our UK member, really active on this, has also polled consumers with disabilities or single moms at home or people with mental illnesses. And clearly it shows that for them, the way information is presented is way too complex, or the way they are promoted certain products is not right. So we have quite a lot of rules. And at national level, the notion of inclusiveness must be really much more targeted than just pouring lump sum money to people when they need or when they're in struggle.
Thank you. Then related to this, there's the question really on how do we ensure and how do we preserve energy justice and support consumers. And maybe related to that, I would like to pick up a little bit on the Commission's own regulatory framework, because we saw, especially at the beginning of the energy crisis and during the drafting of the Fit for 55 package, that really consumers were at the heart of drafting the legislation and discussing this legislation. Now it seems in recent months that the discussion has been shifted more to the question of competitiveness and the EU single market, especially with the LETA and the Draghi reports and so on. And we don't see the consumer dimension so much, or at least this is the perception that a lot of people get on that. So I'm really curious to see also from the perspectives of the new commissioner designates and the mission letters that we got, how will the question of energy justice and the just energy transition and consumer protection be preserved in the next 5 years? Is it's still going to be a priority, Taik, do you think?
So I mean, I understand what you say about this shift in theme, but I actually don't think it's quite as strong as you said. Even just take the Draghi report. He's very clear that this energy transition is a social transition, that the social needs to be justice, that needs to be embedded in a social contract. These are his words, almost exactly. He certainly says the energy transition needs to be embedded in a social contract. He certainly says citizens' engagement is required for a successful transition. This is in the Draghi report. You have to remember, why are we concerned about competitiveness in our economy? Because we want to deliver high living standards for our citizens. That's the ultimate driver, right? So then you go back to what are we going to do with that? And then you say, okay, so why, and this is, how do I put it the other way, this is why we have a commissioner who's been tasked with developing a citizens' energy package to increase citizen engagement in transition, who's been tasked to come up with new measures to address energy poverty and to link those so clearly to his obligations in housing. And I just note that the link between energy and housing is important, and how much of citizens' expenditure on energy is about heating, and how we have to think about this in terms of energy efficiency. So I think the premise is, when I understand it, I think it's not there. Once you look a bit closer, you realize, no, that's not fully the case. And then what do we build that on? I think we build it on quite a comprehensive legislative framework, which has to be transformed into reality, but a legislative framework which truly recognizes the need to identify energy poverty where it's there, to identify and protect vulnerable and energy poor consumers, to target support, for example, in energy efficiency or in energy building renovations, to identify and target energy poor and vulnerable consumers, which has also made available 80 billion euros through the Social Climate Fund for addressing precisely these issues, vulnerable and energy poor consumers. So the objective in the next Commission will be to deliver on this, to make sure that it works on the ground, to engage with member states, to come up with concrete ways to reduce energy poverty, by the way, which is too high. At 10.6% of people reporting they're unable to heat their homes. That's just heating. We know that cooling in the summer is also an issue. So we have a very significant problem, but I think this will be the objective of our commissioner, I'm sure of it, and of the vice president, I'm sure too, is to tackle the social dimension of the energy transition, to increase citizens' engagement, but to do it in a way that builds on all the tools that we have there, and to deliver real solutions on the ground. Because, and I know it's great fun when you go through legislative procedure. I mean, it really is, and you get a buzz, but actually change on the ground happens when things actually change. When we deliver energy efficiency homes, or when we do something. So that's why I think where we are.
Interesting. Yeah, indeed. So if we dig deeper, we realize that there's still indeed a lot of attention put on consumers and the social aspect of it. And maybe I would like to take this little time that we have left, maybe, so that Natalie can also tell us a bit about, what can energy regulators do better, or what are we doing already to ensure that there's no one left behind? And with this, we could conclude today's discussion.
I think trying to ensure that the market provides different solutions, but also engaging in the dialogue with all the social entities and make sure that we can explain the complexities of energy, but find solutions to facilitate access for those who don't have. And part of that comes with, we're talking about automation for the bells and whistles and the fun stuff, but there's also automation you can do in terms of identifying consumers who need help. So they're the ones who often don't know they can ask for help, or that help is out there, or which help to get. So if you automate it and you go to them, you can really facilitate the effectiveness of providing them the support they need. And part of that is, as well as you said, identifying different modes of communication. And as regulators, we have that responsibility as well, to reach out to all kinds of consumers. So, the apps and the comparison tools and those things are very clever. But, for example, back home in Portugal, as a regulator, we do a radio program. And we know that quite a lot of our retired citizens listen still to the radio. And so we make sure we communicate on the public channel that we know that they're more likely to listen to, the news channel, and try to communicate in simple words all the different things that are available out there. So it's also part of our responsibilities to know how to speak to the different types of consumers, and that means outreach. We go to schools, we have partnerships with different authorities who go door to door to homes about safety and about different energy if they don't understand their energy bills and different choices they have. So it's really trying to address and speak to all the different types of people out there, and promoting that dialogue for all market actors.
Excellent. So I think that with this message we can conclude today's conversation. There's so much still that we could have discussed, but in any case, thank you very much to Robins, to Natalie, and to Taik for joining us in what's been, I think, a great conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So if I might invite you back to take a seat. It's the CEER Annual Conference 2024. It's coming to an end. I think we've had like a really great time and really great conversations here on stage today. But rather than me summarizing what's been going on, I would like to invite once again the CEER President Annegret Gröbel for some final thoughts and concluding remarks. Thank you so much.
Thanks to you all, and I heard a super interesting discussion, and I think all the discussions were very exciting, and I think we had a very good dialogue, and I'd like to loop back in a little bit in a while to the start, and I think it is important that each one of us lives up to its commitments. So as Christine was saying, we should identify our commitments, our tasks, because it is clearly a challenging time ahead of us, and indeed, in particular, explaining the complexities to consumers is one part of this for the regulators. The other part, of course, for the regulators is also to make sure, because of being independent, that regulation in the end is effective and is predictable in order to make sure that the financing that investors are trustful and are ready to provide the necessary funding to the huge investments that are necessary both on the electricity side as well as on the gas side. So I think these are this is a broad spectrum of the tasks of the regulators to promote and to make sure that there is a transition, that the transition is working and is also working, as we just heard, for consumers, for all consumers. And I think that is very important here for the regulators to explain it and to provide the necessary support and the necessary incentives for consumers to make informed choices and to be able to make them having understood the system and then thereby promoting. Same for, of course, suppliers, operators. We should make sure that the framework is there, is applied properly, so that, as Natalie just mentioned it, there is that we make sure that the market delivers fair and effective, efficient solutions, but that also then everyone can incentivize, that we incentivize business models, lower entry barriers, have a fair level playing field for competitive approaches, which ultimately then benefit and informed and allow consumers to make the choices that suit their preferences best. Because I think with all, let's say, the support, the help, the nudging that engages in changing the behavior, we still have to respect that in the end it is a consumer's choice, and we should facilitate it as much as possible, but we cannot decide for the consumer. Yeah, so that is also something we should not forget. And as I said, on the other side of the market, we should make sure that new business models can flourish, because we have an effective framework and effective application of the framework by independent regulators. That I think and that is covering a holistic approach, I would call it. And as I mentioned, I think we are all in this game, if I may paraphrase it. But also each one of us has its commitments and has its role and obligations to play to make sure that in the end the system advances in the direction that we want it to advance, namely the energy transition and integrating more renewables and having an integrated internal energy market and an integrated and flexible energy system that works for the consumer. So that's I think the broad picture that we want to achieve. And maybe a final word, as I said, this is something where we have I would say, cooperate. I'm a bit hesitant to say collaborate, because I think each one of us has its role. And of course, an independent regulator also means that as much as we try to have, let's say, soft instruments, etc., we cannot, let's say, fetter our discretion and make sure that we, in the end, have also to take regulatory decisions. And that may not make everyone happy. We know this, but that's why I'm a bit hesitant to say collaborate. I'll rather speak of a cooperation in a broader sense of the word, where each one respect its role. And as I said, the role of the regulator is changing surely as well. We have adaptable regulation, we have incentive regulation, but we are also in the end responsible for enforcing the rules of the system if there is non-compliance, and we should not forget this. Yeah? And this is also an important part that I would like to recall, not to, let's say, to pour water into the wine, but to make sure that we have collectively an understanding of each one's roles and commitments. And that is, I think, important to make sure that we can deal with the challenges ahead of us in the energy sector, and with this also in the wider economy. Competitiveness was mentioned, and that of course is something that we also need to be aware of to maintain the living standards of European citizens. Thanks a lot for attending here, and also, of course, online. And thanks to all, to the moderator and all participants here that came here, all that provided speeches, Leo and Christina and Petro and Jana and of course Natalie. I don't see her right now, and of course all the team that worked hard to present this wonderful setting here. And I think the hybrid mode worked. However, we can probably announce it. Also, we have not yet fixed the date. Next year, CEER will have its 25th anniversary, and then, of course, we will have the annual conference in a bigger event and all on site, I would assume. So thanks to everyone, and I think there's a little bit of networking outside foreseen. Yeah. Okay, so I stop here. I'm signed to stop now, talking too much, and would like to see everybody networking outside. Thanks a lot.